We're going to get started shortly. I'm going to ask everybody to take a seat real quick. Thank you so much for joining us this evening for the special presentations. My name is Luis Collazo. I'm joined by two of my colleagues, Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano and Councilman Ray Garcia. While we await for some of the other council members to come to start the meeting, we wanted to welcome you all and start with a special presentations. The very first special presentation, I'm going to ask the chair of our Public Safety Committee, Ms. Nancy Rogers, to come on up.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Nancy Rogers, chairperson of the Town of Miami Lakes Public Safety Committee, and I am so proud to be here for this presentation. It's very special to me and my heart. Here I go. No. It's just very special to me. One evening, while the Youth Activity Task Force, Brian, come on up, please. While the Youth Activity Task Force was having a meeting with the other students who were going to be part of the Halloween event, we were all there, all the students, myself, Brian, the chair, Brian Rodriguez, chair of the Youth Activities Task Force. We were all there to go through some of the costumes and who wanted to do what sections of the Halloween event. During this time, a young man observed something suspicious, and he went to Brian to let him know what was happening. And this is part of what we teach the students and others. If you see something, say something. This young man, I'm so proud of him that we would like to honor him tonight and bring him up here with his family and his teachers and school representatives so that we can award him with one of our challenge coins. And that's the purpose of this group coming tonight. And Officer Amador is my rep from the Public Safety Committee. Come on down. Will you take these from me? Hold up. Thanks. Okay. So I don't like leaving anybody out, and I'm a stubborn female and short and all that other stuff, so you all know most of the people here, but I definitely want the school representatives and the teachers to introduce themselves, please.
Robert Inza, assistant principal.
Jesus Lamazares, I'm the network administrator in the school.
Anna Soto, I'm the NHS sponsor.
Wendy Soto, Angel Soto's mother.
And I'm Angel Soto.
Thank you so much. And Angel, you are an angel. And I do have to say the other angel here is Miss Soto, because without her, I would have no idea who he was, what his name is, how to reach him. She was my angel throughout this procedure to get everybody up here. I'm very proud of everybody here, very grateful that you all cooperated with us. Angel, thank you so much. And on behalf of the Town of Miami Lakes Public Safety Committee and the other people that are here, which we're going to introduce in just a moment, I want to say thank you and present you with this challenge coin from the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you so much. We're going to go down the introductions because that is what is being requested of us. My name is Marilyn Ruano, Councilwoman for the Town of Miami Lakes.
Luis Collazo, Councilman for the Town of Miami Lakes, and thank you so much.
Brandon Diaz, Vice Chairman for the Public Safety Committee. Thank you very much.
George Pena, Public Safety Committee. Thank you.
Carlos Alvarez, Vice Mayor, Town of Miami Lakes.
Ray Garcia, Councilman, Town of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much.
So first off, I want to thank the Public Safety Commission and especially Nancy for presenting me this award today. you know, as a Miami Lakes citizen, I figured it was the regular thing for me to do, to see something and say something. And when I saw this suspicious man, it was obviously in the right of mind to tell my supervisor. And, you know, everybody knows how that escalated. And I just want to thank you again, Nancy. So.
Thank you. And one of the most important things that I left out, and I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. I don't know if the town is going to appreciate this, but I think people need to know that what this gentleman did was not so special that in front of his peers and everything else, he did the right thing. But this comment to Brian and the calling of the police and them doing their job, they arrested this man. And after they arrested him, they found out, they ran a check on him, they found out that he was the person that assaulted one of our town employees. So not only was there the arrest for what he was doing the night at the park, but it turned into an even better mitzvah. I grew up in North Miami Beach. I think I know that word. But nevertheless, I think it was just everybody being in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. And thank you again. And thank you, Mom, for bringing up a wonderful young man. And thanks to the people from the school for all of their support so that we could do this and present this challenge coin. Thank you all for being here.
All right, we're continuing with the special recognitions, and this individual I have only known through 20 plus years of serving this community. While I've served as a council member, prior I was chair of elderly affairs, and prior to that I was a committee member, but I've only known this guy the 20 plus years that he served in this community. And when he transitioned on and could no longer serve as chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee, I said, we're in deep trouble. Because this guy also happens to be the voice of Miami Lakes. There is no 4th of July MC better than Neil Robinson. And literally, this man's voice is synonymous with being the voice of Miami Lakes. And I want to ask Mr. Neil Robinson to please come on up. Now, there's a proclamation I'm going to read, but I'm going to pass the mic to my colleagues, the vice mayor and the council members that are here to share some few words. But I generally said that I'm going to miss the voice of Miami Lakes. And I don't think that's in here in the proclamation, but I wanted to add it. Whereas Neil Robinson has lived in the town of Miami Lakes for the past 45 years with his wife, children, and grandson, and whereas Neil Robinson was involved in the incorporation of the town of Miami Lakes in the year 2000, whereas he was one of the original Cultural Affairs Committee members in 2001, having served as chairman for the past 8 years and also volunteered his time in the Economic Development Committee since 2013, whereas he aided in many events and programs for the town, such as We Love Cal's Sculpture Art Program, the 4th of July, Black History Month Concert, and Hispanic Heritage Month, and whereas Neil Robinson and the Cultural Affairs Committee has made it their goal to showcase the various events for everyone to enjoy and appreciate, the diversity of Miami Lakes, and whereas Neil Robinson has dedicated the past 2 decades to civic engagement for his community in the town of Miami Lakes, now therefore I, Manny Sid, by virtue and the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 7th, 2023 as Mr. Neil Robinson Day. Now, I do want to ask his wife and Felicia to come on up, please. Deborah, Felicia, please come on up.
Yes, my chair now.
Before, I'm going to give it to Neil, and then you guys have any remarks to say. Okay.
Neil, I just want to say, on behalf of the town of Miami Lakes, how thankful we are for your passion and your leadership with your Cultural Arts Committee. It resonated every time you spoke and addressed us, and the passion you had to push forward activities and initiatives. We definitely will miss your voice, and definitely look forward for it to echo in town chambers in future, maybe on a viewpoint of a new business item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Neil, from the moment that I started volunteering in the town, you were a staple. So I have not known Miami Lakes without Mr. Neil Robinson, and absolutely you are the voice of Miami Lakes. I hope that we can continue to hear that voice from time to time, and I hope that we can reach out when we need your expertise. Thank you for your contributions to the town. We truly appreciate it.
I think Councilman Garcia.
Just really quick. Chairman Robinson, thank you so much. You're the definition of a public servant, tirelessly giving of yourself, your family as well, asking nothing in return except for the betterment of Miami Lakers. So thank you again. Congratulations. And you have big shoes to fill, and I'm sure Felicia will fill them.
I know Neil since we incorporated, I'm talking about year 2000. And from the beginning, you know, like he said, his public service has been consistent. He belonged to 2 committees, and he made our committees so successful with all the activities and his work. So, like I said, it's gonna be hard to fill his shoes, but I look forward to looking up to him as a guidance, and I congratulate him for having a day dedicated to him. He deserves it. Not for just being in the culture fair, for all the other stuff he's done for the town. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so very much. Please know that I am moved by the words of sentiment about me. I could not have done all the things I've been able to achieve in this community and to the wider community without the help of my wife, Dr. Deborah Robinson. We came to this community 45 years ago. We didn't even have children. And the kids were born here. And they grew up here. They attended public school here. And now they're all gone off and doing exceptionally well. But I have always believed that if you want change to happen, you have to get involved to make it happen. And so that's what our life has been devoted to ever since we stepped foot in the town of Miami Lakes, when there was no buildings, just a cow pasture. Nothing but cow pastures everywhere. But we love it, and anything that we can do to continue to make this town beautiful, we are going to be here to do that. Regrettably, because of some business opportunity, it allows me to travel a lot and my wife to go along, and so I had to step back and say, okay, my fearless leader, Felicia and I started on the Cultural Affairs Committee 20-some years ago in 2000. And so she's in capable hands of taking the mantle and taking it to the next level. The real issue is that we have some incredible individuals who now serve on the Cultural Affairs Committee. And they are committed, and they have new ideas, innovative ideas that's going to make a big difference. And so I leave it knowing that all the hard work that we went through to establish Women's History Month, we didn't do that before. Now we have Women of Distinction every March. Hispanic Heritage Month, we didn't do that before. Black History Month, and on we went in order to really bridge the gap between the different ethnic groups who live here in Miami Lakes. Because our thinking had always been, if we can just understand each culture a little better, we can be better community. And so that's what we've done. So in closing, remember these words. They're hermit souls that dwell apart. They're pioneer souls that trade the path where people never went. But all I wanted to be was a house by the side of the road to help those who needed help. I see from my house by the side of the road the women and men who are oppressed with the art of hope, but I turn not away from their smiles nor tears, but let me live in my house by the side of the road and be a friend to man. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir.
I fail to say thank you to my elected officials. They are simply the best. Thank you all.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you for those beautiful words.
Oh, picture. Thank you, Neil. Jeremy, can you come on up, please? We're also going to be recognizing this evening Crossing Guard members for Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. So some information for you guys to know. Our guards oversee Miami Lakes K-8 and Bob Graham. We have 3 locations and intersections in which our guards work. 2 at ML Miami Lakes K-8 and 1 at Bob Graham. Our guards are trained and recertified annually in accordance with the FDOT Crossing Guard program. This year, one of our guards, Erenio Moreno, was recognized as a nominee for Crossing Guard of the Year. Although he did not win, it does give us the momentum to continue to nominate him for the next year as well and for years to come until he gets it. And there's a testament to the story, and I have my own testimony. I have a teacher that unfortunately was crossing a 4-way intersection and a 4-way stop sign and got hit by a car. And I understand the value of safety, how you not only protect students and parents walking to and from school, but you do it with pride and you do it with joy. So the crossing guards that we'd like to recognize this evening with this proclamation are Gary Cardenas, our lead crossing guard, Milagros Echeverria, Miriam Llorente, Erenio Moreno, Antonio Rodriguez, Carmen Rodriguez, Lorgio Rodriguez, and Pedro Pinto. We're going to get you that award. We're going to get you that award. So on Friday, February 3rd, 2023, we are recognizing it as Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas the town of Miami Lakes public safety and the protection of our children and families is paramount. And whereas each and every school day, thousands of dedicated crossing guards assist our children across busy streets as they arrive to and depart from school. Whereas the town of Miami Lakes prioritizes student safety and recognizes that education plays a critical role in ensuring the safety of our children and the crossing guards who assist with that. Whereas the town of Miami Lakes School Crossing Guards are professionals who provide an essential service to our communities and deserve this special recognition for their tireless efforts. And whereas the first Friday in February is an opportunity for Miami Lakers to recognize, like them 3 and all those across our town that are not here with us today and really across our county, to recognize their hard work and dedication and those who protect Miami Lakes school children across our town. Now therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and the 33,000 residents, I do hereby proclaim Friday, February 3rd, 2023 as Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. And on behalf of our team, who some are working tonight, others are taking care of the mother and could not make it, we're humbled and appreciate the recognition given to us. And as Vice Mayor Alvarez mentioned, the experience that he had with a teacher who was run over, it's not easy. It's not an easy job. We've been hit by cars. Our biggest problem are not the students, but the drivers. And they don't listen, and nothing happens, the speeding and what have you. But there are other things that we do that are not even in the FDOT program that Miami Lakers don't recognize. We see children every day coming through. Hey, good morning, how are you? Hey, how's it going? Hey, what happened? Sad face. Oh, we have a test today. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. You do. The afternoon they come back. Say, how was it? Oh, it was okay. See, I told you so. So you make them feel better about themselves. Two that we do. We see a child every day leaving school, heading east. Someone is picking them up. No problem. 3 days later, we see them heading west. And we say, hey, how come where are you going? Oh no, my mom, my dad, they're gonna meet me over there. Oh, okay. We do that. No one realizes that. So it isn't a simple job, but it's one that we take pride on, every one of them. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pass it to my colleagues.
Thank you so much. And this town, we're staunch advocates for children. The protection of our children is very important. I have advocated for children for many, many years and have experienced what you guys do on a daily basis. You are sharp, you are with it, and like you said, you do so much more than just what you are required to do. You are a loving smile to our children each and every day. So we truly appreciate the love with which you do your job. Thank you so much. Oh, Jeremy, sorry.
No, I don't want to take too much. I get the pleasure of working with these individuals. I got to manage them directly for many years, came back to be able to manage them, and they still fall within my department. Much to what Gary said, it's very true. They are the start and end of a lot of days for kids at school. They are friends, they are therapists, as we heard a second ago, but they are there to provide a service to the community that's just beyond crossing. While the safety is paramount, they are essentially the face of Miami Lakes. They get to see a lot of these residents every day, day in and day out. And from our department, I know they feel it every day, but thank you. And this is just the least we can do as an entity.
Since we're all taking turns, I do want to share just exactly and echo the remarks that everybody's made, but just I live it every single day. I park a block away from school just for the experience to my kids to cross that street and see Gary's face every morning, ask him about baseball, ask him about homework, or ask him about his day. And what it does, and I know you said a lot of people don't realize it, and I think some people do, and they embrace it, it builds community. And that's what we're about. And you and your team, and Jeremy, you know this already because you echoed it in your remarks. You build a sense of community that you cannot replace with any dollar amount. And I think that's one of the things that's paramount for the Crossing Guard program. And I think it's going to be here forever as long as we have our say. So thank you so much for doing above and beyond what you're being asked to do every single day to build community. Thank you.
Really quick, I just want to thank you. There's no greater calling than protecting our children. You literally put your bodies in between danger and the kids. So again, there's no way that all the parents and the kids and ourselves can thank you enough. Thank you so much.
Now, each one of the guards will have to carry this for a day on their chest. So,
Joseph, picture. All right. This concludes our special presentations, a 5-minute recess, and we'll be starting our council meeting shortly. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order.
Do we have 4? Yes, Marilyn.
All right, today our town is blessed with not one, but 2 prayers to preside over our town. And I'd like first to call up Judge Diana Vizcaino to lead us with prayer 1 out of 2.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All right, great. Thank you. Council members, Mr. Town Attorney, Mr. Manager, good evening, everyone. I would like to first thank you all for the opportunity to have me here today. It is truly an honor to be able to be here and open up today's meeting with this invocation. As I speak with you this evening, I'm going to ask that you please look around towards your neighbors, and notice and note that we all come from different backgrounds. We believe in different things. We have different traditions. In fact, each of us is a minority with respect to something. It might be our gender, our race, our religion, our sexual orientation, our nationality, or any other way that we may be regarded as different. However, each of us is also part of some majority. And it is when we wear our majority hats that we need to be the most mindful of how we treat others. We must pledge our best efforts to help one another and to defend the rights of all. Now, what divides us is not so much our differences, but the degree of commitment that we have to equal freedom of conscience for all people. Now, we're gathered here this evening with the shared belief that we must treat our fellow human beings with respect and with dignity. Now, I do not ask you to close your eyes, but I do ask you to keep them open and keep them constantly open to the serious issues that can and should be solved and improved in our town and in our community. I don't ask you to bow your heads, but to look up at what we can accomplish by applying our considerable talents, or our council members' considerable talents and experience to the problems that confront us. As you work together on behalf of your constituents, may you gain strength and may you gain sustenance from one another through reason, through compassion, and through civility. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Diana Vizcaino. And now, with our second prayer, I'd like to call up Minister Juan Sancho from Elevate Miami Church.
Thank you guys for having me. I want to pray for wisdom for our city leaders. Father, I thank you, God, for them. I know in Proverbs 8:15-17 says, by wisdom, kings reign, rulers make law, they are just. By wisdom, prince govern, and all nobles who rule on earth. God says he loves those who love me and those who seek me. We know that God is a generous giver. He loves to give. He would give wisdom to anyone who humbly asks for it. It is a gift to us that we may do what is right, just so that our lives will be successful. Even so, elected officials, they ask for wisdom. He will govern our communities with enlightened hearts, minds, and make sound, fair, right decision for all the people in our region. Thank you, Lord, for these civil servants that you have placed in this place, Lord. You knew before time You knew before the creation of the earth that they will be appointed here to make decisions, to lead people. And I pray, Lord, that they will know that they do not serve just the people, but they serve you as a task you have given them. May you continually bless them, Lord, as they put their hard work and sacrifice with the pressures and stress that comes in political offices. That you may generously give each one of them wise and discerning hearts, to skillfully, to wisely govern the city of Miami Lakes. We give the mayor, the city leaders, the staff, city councils, the volunteers, wisdom so they can all work as a team to solve issues at hand, distinguish what's right and wrong, and bring order, stability, prosperity to the community of Miami Lakes. In the name of Jesus, amen. Thank you guys for having me.
And now the presentation of colors by the Doral Cadet Squadron from the Civil Air Patrol U.S. Force Auxiliary. And now, Councilmember Luis Collazo will lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Doral Cadet Squadron. You may be seated. And now, Ariel Fernandez from Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. I'm out here on my sidewalk right now. Over the last few months, I've had the opportunity of walking many of the sidewalks here in my hometown and speak with many residents in the community. One thing that caught me was, I should do this more often. How many times do we leave the comfort of our homes just to walk on our sidewalks and meet neighbors and speak with them? The fact is, most of us do not even know the names of people who live 3 doors down. We are all part of a great community. Getting to know our neighbors, we'll see how many things we have in common. Let's take the opportunity today to go out, walk our neighborhoods, and meet new friends. If you're in the commission chamber right now, take a moment to say hello to the person next to you and introduce yourself. Let's be part of a greater community and get to know each other better.
Thank you, Ariel. Gina, please call the order.
Good evening.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Dieguez, Councilmember Fernandez, and Mayor Sid are absent, and we have quorum.
Gina, I am virtual.
Sorry, sir. Noted. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. All right, item 5, order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have
Mr.
one. Madam, go ahead.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to move item 14D up to after public comments.
14D.
14D.
After public comments. Got it.
I would like to move 14C immediately following 14D after public comments.
Noted. 14D, 14C right after public comments. Any other additions, deletions?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to move part of my attorney report dealing with the cashless bail and combine it with Councilman Dieguez's opposition to reckless cashless bail.
So item 17 to be moved with
14A.
14A. Attorney's report.
Part of the attorney's report, the last part, bond reform.
Okay. Part of the attorney's report.
Exactly.
Right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none.
I'll move the order of business.
Motion.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Collazo. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Item 6, public comments. Any members from the public wish to comment, please come on up. Any members of the public wishing to comment, please come on up. Thank you.
Hi, council members. What I'd like to say is
Just state your name,
Yes.
and address for the record. Thank you, sir.
My name is Christian LaGrange. My address is 11601 Northwest 57th Court, Hialeah, Florida 33012. What I'd like to say is thank you all for having me. And when I come to this town, I feel very appreciated, comfortable, and relaxed. So I'd like to thank all of you guys for that. And, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Martha Mendez, 7000 Glen Eagle Drive. On the new business items, I see that the room is half full. What happens to the items that are from the mayor and Josh Dieguez, Councilman Dieguez? What happens to them if they're not here to present to the whole council? Shouldn't they be pulled and done next month? That's one. And the other one, I would like to request, as I've done many, many times before, says 6:30 when the council meeting starts. Not 7, not 7:15, it says 6:30. We make it our duty to be here on time. The least you can do is be on time also, because we do it, you do it. And it's time for the Zoom participants to come in-house. It's over. The pandemic is over. It's time to be present, not Zoom in. I don't Zoom in. I come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita. Any other members of the public wishing to comment?
Good evening, everybody. Michael Coote, 14621 Dade Pine, here in Miami Lakes. Mr. Vice Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman, Mr. Town Manager, Ms. Nguanzo, Mr. Town Attorney, and staff. And please let us not forget our boys in blue. Thank you, fellas. I joined the Veterans Committee 4 years ago, right about the same time I was retiring from active duty. I think probably some of you know I had served 35 years on active duty, and in 2018, as I was retiring, I was reminded of General George Washington when he disarmed the Continental Army and sent the troops home. Now that we were having the start of our fledgling country, he encouraged people not to go back and rest on their laurels, but rather look for an opportunity to give back to government. And so I took that to task, and even though I had not quite retired, I said, you know, let me see if I can contribute in some form or fashion, because I want to give back. And I think, you know, through the council members and some of the initiatives, which I don't need to highlight, we all know what they were, the renaming of the park, the monument that's going to find a place there soon, and then the inaugural Memorial Day celebration that we had here were all a testimony to the town's support of veterans. And so I went into this thinking, you know, what I was going to give. But really what I found was I was getting. I wasn't giving, I was getting. And it was never more apparent than, of course, I grew up north. You know, I came to Miami Lakes, I think 8 years ago. Unlike, you know, people that have been here, their kids have been here, their grandparents. I've been here about 8 years and decided that I would call this home. Almost like the old Rip Van Winkle story. I was going to go home to where I grew up, but everybody had changed. They'd all gotten older, unlike myself, of course. So I made this my home, and it really was made apparent to me the other day at the Food and Wine Festival when I realized how many people I knew, and it wasn't just acquaintances, but people who I would count as friends. And so I realized, I said, wow, I really, really got something out of this experience. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. It really was an honor and a pleasure. I decided not to run. I had, unfortunately, 2 deaths in the family that have made it impossible to continue with my duties. But I wanted to use this opportunity to say thank you so much. And I hope I get to see my friends, perhaps in a less than official capacity in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor, before we continue with public comments, I just want to make an announcement. The owner of the Ford F-150, it's outside park and it's blocking several cars. If you can go outside and just move it, we appreciate it. It's a Ford F-150. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Lorenzo, that wasn't yours? Welcome.
Not on. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? So yes, my name is Carla DiMartino. I live in 7263 Loch Ness Drive. Recently, my neighbors have moved, and there are several of us kind of gathering. We recently became aware that our neighbor intends to Airbnb that property. I contacted one of my council members who was very kind to forward me the ordinance. I've reviewed it. My neighbors are reviewing it. What I would like to do is request that you please keep in mind, I think nobody wants to have an Airbnb next to their property, and it could be anybody that owns a property who ends up with a neighbor that does this. We had a very nice relationship, but you know, I'm sure it's business for them, but it's not something that we're looking forward to. I live right in front of a cul-de-sac. We have 8 to 15 kids playing outside on a daily basis, especially on the weekends. You know, we're not looking forward to having strangers, you know, coming in and out that maybe don't have children or don't care about maintaining the property and being careful with the children or pets outside. So I just like to raise awareness that we on our street, we're not happy. We appreciate the ordinance has some restrictions. We would like to request and urge you to please take up looking if the application fee can be increased, if maybe the penalties for nuisances could be more strict, whatever can be done to make this less likely. I don't think it's a good fit for our community for there to be short-term leases of people coming in and out, strangers in our neighborhoods. I don't think anybody would like to have that as their neighbor. So please, I urge you guys to look at that some more. As strict as you can make it, as difficult as you can make it is appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, council members, council women. How are you today? My name is Manuel Perez, and I am at 7151 Bamboo Court, Miami Lakes. I've been in the in the town of Miami Lakes for 6 years now, and I'm here to speak about the new business item that was brought up about golf carts for the decal removal. I'm golf cart decal number 1. I think most of you may know that because you got that on the Miami Laker, but I'm here to support that. We were told to fill out an application to get things done the way we should get it done, follow the rules, get an affidavit, certify that we're doing the things that we were supposed to do, got everything ready and prepared for the golf carts. I'm not a legal type of guy where I follow the rules in the sense of what's issued in the town and FDOT and all that stuff, but I can tell you that I had everything I needed to get my decal issued. It was issued to me, and bottom line is, I think having golf carts in the town, it gives a sense of community, gives a sense of being with the kids and the family on the weekends, take them to a ball game, whether it be basketball or football, or to go pick up takeout, and to basically just be part of the town and get together and gather in a whole. To me, I just think that it's something that can be done. If there is a nuisance or there's an issue at hand, I think it should be addressed and maybe either have it with police enforcement or maybe ask those people if they're following the rules, if they have the decals, if they're doing the things that they're supposed to be doing. So the same way I signed an affidavit saying that I'm going to have headlights, that I'm going to have seat belts, and I'm going to have turn signals, and I'm going to have all the safety triangle things in the back, I think that whoever is causing the issues that has brought up a concern of removing these decals, I think they need to be addressed with those individuals or those communities directly, and then maybe brought up to their attention that there is a decal that they need to take out and follow the rules. If it's a thing where it's going on after hours, after midnight or things like that, I think maybe the police should get involved or the neighbors complain of what's going on. I know I definitely will not have my 12, 13, or 14-year-old at midnight or at 1 in the morning running random all over in a golf cart, because I definitely won't allow that. First of all, they have to have a license, I believe, so that would be important. So I hope that is not the case and that 14 does not pass, because I'm here to support it. As I said, I'm decal number 1, and I'd like to keep it that way at least for the next 30 or 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Cotto, 7231 Bamboo Street. So, Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of myself, my friends, my family, and my neighbors. I also want to thank you and congratulate you for voting yes on Ordinance 22-293, the golf cart ordinance. This was an amazing success and one that me and my fellow Miami Lakers were thrilled to see implemented, as so many other communities have done so in the past. Once the golf cart ordinance was passed, we were eager to buy our first cart. We outfitted it with all the necessary accessories to make sure that it was compliant with town code and registered it with the town to make sure that we could drive it on town streets. In fact, we were so eager to own a golf cart and register it that we were issued golf cart permit number 2. We were a few minutes behind Manny over there, who got issued number 1. We have been thrilled with the way that the citizens have accepted the ordinance and begun using golf carts as an alternative means of transportation. My family and I greatly enjoyed taking rides around the town, running errands, and going out to dinner on a golf cart. We even take our daughter to and from school in the morning. To say it has greatly improved our quality of life is an understatement. However, to my disappointment, It is my understanding that we are again going to debate the accessibility of golf cart usage on town streets. An ordinance that was nearly passed by a unanimous vote is once again going to fill the agenda. Having heard the replay of the last meeting, it is clear that the opposition is coming from a position of disdain rather than from a governance or legislative point of view. If the concern truly is kids driving golf carts in the middle of the night or people driving golf carts on the sidewalk, then this could be addressed and should be addressed with a conversation about enforcement, because sidewalk driving or kids without valid driver's licenses are both illegal under the town code and should not be allowed. And I agree with that. I do agree that there are improvements that could be made, and I applaud the council members and the town manager for clarifying the rules during the last meeting, and brainstorming on ways on how we can make the ordinance better or the enforcement of it more effective. The last thing I want to see or hear about is any continued disregard for the ordinance. However, it appears the goal of today's new business item 14D is not to improve the ordinance, but rather to utilize town resources for the purpose of fully rescinding 22-293. Now, I'm not a politician, but I do recognize the difficult responsibility that each one of you have. All we ask, as constituents, neighbors, and golf cart owners, is that we have a constructive conversation today on the improvements that could be made to the ordinance and the solutions that could bridge the gap between those that operate the carts legally under the rules and those that do not. Is that a...
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to bring some solutions, but...
I'll move to extend another 30 seconds for you to
Thank
finish
you.
your comments.
I'll be fast.
Second.
In my mind, the solution should come in two parts: education and enforcement. Education includes programs and outreach so residents understand the rules and are given an opportunity to modify their carts so they're complying with the code. And enforcement is easy. It ensures the rules are enforced. No different than the rules enforced for motor vehicles. Solutions such as these is what should drive these continued conversations on the topic of golf carts, not a full repeal, which is being referenced in new business item 14D. I appreciate your time, I appreciate the extension, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
How are you guys? My name is Jonathan Marin, 6901 Silver Oak Drive, Miami Lakes, Florida. Tag number 16. So these guys got me into buying a golf cart. I wasn't even into golf carts. So I let my three boys know that we were getting a golf cart. They picked out the tires, the roof, the speaker, the seats. They love pirates. They even named her the Black Pearl. So they're here today because they couldn't understand why someone would want to take that away from them. So I'm just pleading with you guys. We take them to baseball practice, to soccer practice. We pick them up from school. We take them to the parks. As soon as we drive in from work on Friday, we don't pick up the car again. So we use the golf cart. Again, we follow the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members from the public wishing to speak?
Good evening, council members. My name is Orlando Echavarria, 15421 Turnbull Drive. I'm here also to speak about the golf carts. I can't say anything better than what everybody here has said, but just to echo the excitement that we had when we found out the golf carts were being allowed. This past Christmas was very special in my house because we surprised not one, but my three girls. They were clueless. And on Christmas morning, sent them to the backyard, there was a big golf cart with a bow. So I became tag number 18. Okay. We love this new facet of using the golf cart. Whenever I can, or if I work from home, I'm able to pick them up from school. We pick them up from school. We drive around town to our friends' houses, to the park, and wherever it is. So I'm just here to show my support for the golf carts in the correct manner, legally following the rules. As they said, if you're not following the rules, then you should either face consequences or you should be told and have an opportunity to correct this so you are following the rules. But I just want to show my support for the golf carts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmen, women, John White, 13910 Alameda Avenue. Definitely can't compete with that. I wasn't planning on talking, but I will speak. I think that there was a lot of discussion and facts that went upon providing us the opportunity to provide golf carts to the community. I think there's a lot more, many more things that we could do prior to just demolishing the, hey, no golf carts anymore. You know, we took time, there's money that went into voting for this. Our kids, as everybody else behind us, ride the golf carts to school, seat belts. I'm in the process of buying one. All our friends have one, so we're really looking forward to it. Our kids ride theirs, they love it. I think that there's many more things that we could go off of before we just demolish the fact that everybody loves them. There are more than half of the people that do abide by the rules, have seat belts, have the tag, registered with the city. There are those few that do not, right? There's going to be those few regardless of a car. We have cars that speed down the roads all the time. Our police officers are very busy with other things. To put them on golf cart duty, I think, is obscene. But if we could just figure out, again, with discussion in regards to all that, different ways of going about trying to figure out what is safe for the community, who's abiding by the rules, who's not. If there's different neighborhoods who actually have their own associations, maybe there's different rules for those associations. I don't know the right way, but I do know that demolishing the whole ordinance of golf carts is the wrong way. So I think that amongst all of us, I think there's a better process that we could figure out together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Clerk, council members. So everybody has come up here and spoken on the golf carts, X, Y, or Z, but I really want to bring attention to the memorandum that Councilmember Josh Dieguez has presented to the mayor and the council members in regards to cashless bail. And I can't stress enough the fact that I have to agree with him on this one. The fact that we even have to talk about things like this that are going on within our county is just extremely time draining. And apart from that, it puts me as a student, and I know that a lot of students are not as enticed with what happens within the community as I am, but I do know that things like this do not benefit me as a student and don't put me in a safe spot. When I leave school and I know that there's somebody that got out of jail without any type of justice or anything that they faced, and I know that things like this don't hold people to the same rigor as the system that we have now. Is our system perfect? No, no system is perfect, and I just want to make that clear. But I think that it would just be a waste of energy and a waste of time. And sadly, we live in a country that time is money and money is time. So I think that things like this shouldn't even be brought up because it just further puts not just me as a student, but everybody within the county at a disadvantage. So I really do want to support Mr. Dieguez's memorandum opposing the reckless cash bail. Apart from that, I also want to thank everybody for voting in favor of the first ever Miami Lakes Model UN Conference. I've been in close contact with a couple of the council members and a couple of middle schools for the first conference, which will be the middle school one that will take place here in Town Hall. I personally, on behalf of the organization, cordially invite all the council members who wish to come to at least see what happens within the community and actually see that students are being civically engaged, which is part of our mission at Vote Nation, but I believe it's part of every council member's mission here to have students involved within the governmental process of the town. And with that, I just want to further take note that, and I want to thank the council members and note that for the first time ever, I am standing on the official Mirta Mendez podium. So props to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members from the public wishing to comment?
Good evening. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Here to speak on a couple of items. I know that the mayor is not here, but since it's still on the agenda, I'm just going to go ahead and address this issue. Kind of sounds nice when you know who you're talking to. When you know that I'm a resident of Miami Lakes. When you know that I have a financial interest in the decisions that you make as a body. I have an issue with this particular item. When we remove, okay, the identification of the individuals who come to speak here, and I'm just going to use one particular example, scenario, the Optimist Park. I can have people come from other municipalities and tell me how wonderful it is to invest $20 million, however many million dollars, into the park. It's easy to support that when you're not paying for it. But how would we know when you don't identify yourselves? Now, we removed the comment card. And, you know, when you look back, it's almost like a game of whack-a-mole that's going on. People standing up, people sitting down, people sitting up, people sitting down. Nobody knows when they're going to speak. With the comment card, at least it was a little bit more organized. But this, what happened to transparency? We should know who comes up here. We should know that they're Miami Lakes taxpayers, especially if they're going to give us an opinion on how we are going to spend funds. So I know that it's not on here tonight, or it's probably not going to be discussed tonight, but I'm just going to put that message out there. We as Miami Lakers have a financial responsibility to this town. Many of the nice things that we have are funded by us, not any other municipality. So quite honestly, when it comes to those things, I feel that the only opinions that should count are those that pay into the system. On a second note, I noticed the minutes for the walkthrough of the Optimist Park. As I read through everything and we're talking about the phases, there's one thing that pops out. We have yet to decide on a design. When is that going to happen? Before you guys can move forward with anything, you have to decide on a design, which is yet to happen. There have been many meetings, but there's still no consensus. So how do you move forward, spending millions of dollars when you do not have a consensus on a design? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing Madam Clerk, anybody online?
We have several participants. If you're online, please just unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the regular council meeting. I see 2 participants. I see a gentleman, Brian. If you want to speak, just unmute yourself, and welcome to the regular council meeting. Okay, so Vice Mayor, I don't think the participant is gonna speak. So again, anyone in the audience who wishes to speak, do so now. If not, public comments will be done.
Thank you, Gina. Public comments are closed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege just to put something on the record. It was brought to my attention that there may have been some residents that were displeased with my tardiness, and I apologize. I was visiting a friend whose mother passed away, and I was at the viewing there at Vista, so that was the cause of my delay. Just wanted to put that on the record to clear up any confusion.
Councilmember Coyos.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I think the town clerk has informed us that the mayor is not going to be here. I would like to give him the opportunity to kind of present his items. So I'd like to make a motion to reopen the line order of business and remove those items.
I'll second.
Or table those till the next coming. I don't know procedurally, our parliamentarian, which would be proper, reopening the order of business or tabling those items.
Yeah, I believe the mayor is going to participate, but late. So maybe the appropriate thing is to move his items to the end of the agenda, and if you get to the end of the agenda and he's still not on, then maybe you could defer them or table them to the following meeting.
So then for the purposes of just being able to bring them back, I think the proper motion would be table until he can participate in the meeting.
Just
for all of you to know, and it's your decision, your prerogative. He did ask me to present his items for him. So if you wish for me to do that, I can do that. If you wish to table them, of course, that's your prerogative, Councilman.
The will of the council. I'm fine with giving him the opportunity.
Point of order, though, actually, don't go very far, Mr. Attorney, but point of order, the part that I want some clarification on is, I understand he's asking you to present on his behalf, but obviously, it would have to be one of us that makes the motion.
Yes.
Okay, but under our rules, just to be clear, it is proper for you to be able to present on behalf of the council member.
I don't see any objection. I don't see anything that says we can or cannot do that. I'm going from my memory, but I don't remember anything that says we can or cannot do that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're correct. I know in the past we have done that, but it is, at least to me, it is something that should be as a last resort. It's highly irregular. I would feel more comfortable just reserving them toward the end of the meeting, and then if he appears, then handle it that way. Because then the other question that I have is if you present the item on his behalf, but then one of us makes a motion to get it going, wouldn't that also run afoul of our three item requirement, our 3-item limit that would require a waiver of the rules?
So the waiver of the rules is to present the item for it to make the agenda. So it's on the agenda right now. The rule is that it makes it to the agenda tentatively, and it waits for you to make that motion to accept it as an item, for it to be heard. Okay, so it's already on the agenda, you already have a summary. All that I would be doing, similar to some other some of your other new business items, is give a little bit more explanation, a little bit more color to his item. Once I do that, you can either make a motion to move it or be silent. If you're silent on it, obviously it dies. If you move it and it's seconded, then it becomes now your motion, and it becomes the motion of the council. And you can discuss it whether you want to move forward on it or not. Obviously, if the mayor's not here, it makes it a little bit more cumbersome, and that I do understand, because it's his item, so you can't ask him questions as to what are his thoughts behind it, and I can only give you what I understand and know. Now, staff many times presents and elaborates on many of your items, so it's not completely irregular, but I do understand where you're coming from, Councilman.
Yeah, I just want to be absolutely clear that this has nothing to do with, whoever is sponsoring the item. This solely has to do with, my ongoing concern that we follow process correctly and procedure correctly. And just, as I was, getting here today after I found out the mayor would be late, I was curious about, would that trigger a requirement that we waive the rule, because then it becomes basically our item. I understand what you're saying, that's just to get on the agenda, but I just want to make sure that we're clear on that's tight, that will hold up.
Yes.
Okay. With that, I'm satisfied as far as my point of order, but I will make a motion, or did we vote on the?
My motion was to reopen the order of business for the purposes of transferring item 14B, 14F, 14H, 14I, 14J to after the attorney's report.
I'll second that.
I have another point of order. The manager, as he was filling me in, since I was a little late, did indicate that the attorney's report was moved up to be taken concurrently with my item?
No.
Okay.
Just the last part that has to do with cashless bail.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
I have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That was the motion to reopen, right?
So I think it's Councilwoman Morano's item after public comments.
Thank you.
All right, so moving item 14, new business item, item 14D, Councilwoman Morano, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank all of the members in the audience that came out to speak on behalf of the golf cart ordinance revamp. I appreciate you coming out. I actually spoke to some individuals over the phone today, so I appreciate you sharing your sentiments with me. I want to clarify a couple of things. The reason why this is brought up is because last month we had a conversation on the dais about enforcement, and I know that for the most part, the members that are here in the audience are individuals that have complied, have registered, have gone through the proper procedures that are dictated in the ordinance to register your golf carts, make sure that they have all of the safety features that are necessary for you to operate on the roads. And I truly appreciate that. I don't want this to be a case where those that follow the rules are penalized for those that do not. That's not at all my intention. So revisiting the conversation that we had last month, I strictly came up on this dais asking for enforcement, and I reached out to our police department to request enforcement of several parameters that are dictated in our ordinance. Unfortunately, it was brought to my attention that there's a state statute that doesn't allow us to enforce some of the things that are stipulated in our ordinance. So that's how this conversation came about. I don't want anyone to think that this is based on any animosity or that I have anything personal against golf carts. That's not at all the case. What I want is that I want to promote an environment where there is safety in the community. And so my intent was to have our police officers actually stop, educate. The gentleman in the back talked about a two-prong approach, education and enforcement. And that's exactly what I wanted to do last month. I wanted our police officers to stop individuals that didn't have the decal, which means that they were not registered. Those individuals perhaps heard something or saw something in the Miami Laker that said golf carts are now allowed in the town of Miami Lakes, and they didn't do the proper research to understand exactly what the parameters are with which you can operate your golf cart. So my idea was exactly the same as yours, sir. Education first and enforcement through our police department. Unfortunately, that was unable to happen. First, because the police officers, like you said, don't have a lot of time, right? So we don't want them enforcing these particular things in lieu of more important things in the community. And second, because it was brought to my attention that, for example, seatbelts cannot be enforced. So that being said, and I had multiple conversations with our legal department, we read the Florida state statutes several times, and that's why this item comes again before this body. I cannot have private conversations with my colleagues. We have to have the conversation in this forum. So the only place where we can have this open discussion is in this forum. Now, I just wanted to clarify all of that for the record. Moving forward, the reason why I'm presenting this today, I'm going to present several statistics, right? I see a lot of accidents on the road. I actually asked the police major to print out for me or to research for me how many vehicular accidents are on the roads. On a yearly basis, we have almost 800 accidents per year in the town of Miami Lakes. So that's about a couple of accidents per day. There's research that indicates that accidents involving golf carts more often than not, unfortunately, end in fatalities. So I have research, there was an accident on Chrome Avenue with a fatality. There was an accident on North Bay Road with a fatality. There was an accident in Riviera Beach on Collins Avenue in Miami Beach. There was an accident in Port St. Lucie. All of these are accidents that involve fatalities. More often than not because there's no seatbelt usage. So one of the things that we found in the Florida statute is that the Florida statute does not require seatbelt usage on golf carts. So even though our ordinance should require it, we cannot supersede this Florida statute. So to me, it is very important that when our neighbors, our friends, our children are on golf carts, that they are safe. And I have no doubt that everybody in this room, judging by the fact that you equipped your golf carts and went and registered them, you are safe golf cart users. So my predicament is not with safe users. My predicament is with the individuals that allow a group of children that are underage to be riding in golf carts, individuals that allow their kids out of their properties at midnight or past midnight, driving around in golf carts and creating a nuisance for the rest of the residents in the town. So I wanted to discuss with my colleagues. There's a couple of things that I read in the Florida statute. One of the things that I'm concerned with is the liability that the town has. And in reading the Florida statute specifically says that the golf carts can be used on roads where the municipality has deemed that the road is safe. And it actually says here, prior to making such a designation, the municipality or the responsible local government entity must first determine that golf carts may safely travel on public roads or streets. And the municipality must consider factors including the speed of the roads, the volume of vehicles on the roads, and the character of motor vehicles that are traversing our roads. And by this, what they're trying to explain to us is that not all communities are created equal. There are communities that have less traffic. There are communities that are golf course communities where there is less interaction with heavy vehicular traffic. So we discussed a while back, I believe that there was an item passed here to reduce the speed limit in the town of Miami Lakes. I wanted to ask where we were with that currently. What progress have we made with that?
Yeah, Omar, if you could just give us the latest. We came to an agreement with Miami-Dade County. We're in the process of finishing up an agreement with Miami-Dade County, as well as the development of the postings, the signs that will.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Omar Santos, Director of Public Works. So when it comes to the speed reduction interlocal agreement, that was passed last year with the county, but this would only apply to local residential roads. For example, Montrose, no. Where you have houses adjacent to the roadway. No 154, not Miami Lakeway, North South, not Fairway. So the reduction will go from 30 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour. We're currently completing the educational material that we're going to be distributing within the next couple of weeks. Once that educational campaign is completed, we'll begin the installation of the new 25 mile per hour speed limit signs, which will be done in phases. And
okay, so I think that's an important point to make, right? This was all supposed to be part of one global concept. We have not delivered on the reduction of the speed limit just yet. So the fact that these vehicles are traveling on roads like Miami Lakes Drive, for instance, to me is unsafe. So when we look at reports, and I can bore you, right, with report after report, there's statistics that say that if you have a 3-point seatbelt on a golf cart, it makes your chances of surviving an accident much more. But we cannot enforce that. Even though you came and you registered with the town of Miami Lakes and we gave you your decal and your golf cart has that, our officers cannot stop you to make sure that you're wearing your seatbelt. If you're not wearing it and you're traveling down the road, our officers cannot stop you to enforce that component of our ordinance. So the point that I'm trying to make is that we passed an ordinance that's unenforceable. And so going back to the drawing board and trying to revisit this ordinance and creating something that's more safe for the community, perhaps only allowing them to travel on roads that are 25 miles an hour, or perhaps putting a moratorium on this and waiting for the state to do what they're supposed to do. I understand that our legal department has reached out to our state representative, Mr. Tom Fabrizio, and he is more than willing to sponsor an item in Tallahassee to add that language to the state statute requiring seatbelts. Right now, you can have a 14-year-old without a driver's license driving a golf cart without a seatbelt, and our officers can't do anything about it. So when this ordinance was passed, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that any of us were aware that these were going to be the parameters which we were supposed to operate. We understood that the driver of the golf cart was to follow all of the same parameters as a driver of a vehicle. That is not the case. So to me, it's important. It's not capricious by any means, and it's not malicious by any means. It is simply coming from a point of safety. I see horrific accidents on the road on a daily. There are airlifted people from our parks that fire rescue airlifts them, I would say no less than once a month. And there are accidents that cause fatalities when people are inside a motor vehicle. So for me, and because the Florida statute continues to refer to us as the responsible local government, I feel that we've been irresponsible when we've moved forward with this prior to the speed reduction and unable to enforce some of the components in the ordinance. So that's why I wanted to have this conversation with my colleagues and see how we can move forward. I had a great conversation with a resident from Royal Oaks today that asked if we could possibly allow this usage within communities, like within Royal Oaks, or within HOAs, within residential streets, without having the golf carts traverse on main thoroughfares, like Miami Lakes Drive, for instance. It's all of these are topics that I'd like to discuss as a body, and we can't discuss it outside of this room. So I'm open to hearing what you have to say. Rescinding the ordinance is obviously the last resort. We can either do a moratorium, wait for the state to move forward and improve their statute. We can wait for the speed limit to actually be enforced and posted. We can limit the roads because we only limited non-usage on 87th and 67th. We can add more roads to the ordinance where they cannot traverse. Or we can leave it as is, but understanding that it is not a safe environment and that the Florida statute strictly states that the local government is the one that has to determine the safety of the roads that the golf carts are allowed to traverse on. Thank you.
Any seconds?
I move for discussion. Is that something?
Second for discussion, yeah.
No,
Second for discussion?
Yeah, just discuss.
All right, second by Councilmember Garcia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate your thoughts. You're putting safety first, of course. I am for maintaining the golf cart ordinance. However, I understand your issues. I thank you for stepping up and being the first to get the golf cart. I think Miami Lakes, if any town is golf cart appropriate, is Miami Lakes. It was designed that way. I've always thought that taking as many cars off the road as possible actually makes us safer. I always thought that electric vehicles or electric scooters, electric bikes, takes cars off the road, makes us safer. I understand there's growing pains here, and the officers are doing the best they can. But as the gentleman said, education is the key, I believe. I actually would like to make it easier, as we resolve the growing pains of this ordinance, make it easier for residents to get golf carts. I would like to see specific parking in Main Street or in our different restaurants and areas with golf cart parking to encourage people to bring golf carts. Instead of $50, if $50 is the actual cost of registering and the decals, Mr. Manager, is that the our actual cost?
I believe so.
And that's every year to do that?
Yes, every year the golf cart owner has to reaffirm with an affidavit that that it's still properly functioning, that they've taken it for an inspection, that all the safety equipment's working, et cetera.
I see. And because personally, $50 for the first registration I think is fair. But an inspection every year, if we could find a way of making it less expensive for the residents, but they require to get educated, I think that is a better idea to encourage that. But I understand Councilwoman Ruano's concerns. Children should not be in the middle of the night using golf carts, but I do believe we shouldn't punish the residents who have done it the right way, encourage the right way. Bringing this up actually is a good thing because people are going to see this and say, hey, you know, now I'm aware we can have golf carts, but we have to register them. So, are you familiar with the Villages in Central Florida? The Villages is a senior community with over 100,000 residents, and they have thousands of golf carts. I visited the Villages a couple years ago, and I was amazed at how people park their cars and they take their golf carts, and they have special parking for the golf carts, and it's such an amazing environment they create. And I think we can do the same thing here. So I would ask, yes, enforcement, lowering the speed limit, doing what we can to hold us so we're not, accountable legally, whatever we can do. But I am, unfortunately, not going to be able to support rescinding for now. I think we could do it at the same time with education and enforcement and make it safer for the residents by education. But I thank you for bringing it up because I know you have the safety of our residents first. Thank you.
If I may add something, Councilmember Garcia, one of the studies that I pulled up out of the internet is actually a study that was concluded from 2011 to 2019 in the Villages in Florida because of the usage of golf carts. And the study determined that 48% of the crashes involving golf carts, severe trauma or death, almost half of them. And that's why this is so dangerous. So I do understand your point, but I want to continue to stress the fact that unfortunately there are components of this ordinance that have to be amended because we just can't enforce it.
Councilmember Collazo, you're recognized.
Thank you. Recently I participated in a baseball tournament in Cutler Bay, and I saw some of the things that the municipality did to improve safety. Golf cart lanes, they've had golf cart parking, they've had, they really transformed the community to make it a more golf cart friendly community. And I think that's kind of what you're speaking to, is growing pains, so to speak, and we're not near that. And so how do you reconcile that, right? How do you reconcile the responsible people who've gone out, who've gotten certifications, who spent upwards, 10, 20 grand? I mean, some of those carts can get very, very pricey. I'd hate to penalize them by a complete repeal, because they've gone about it the right way. But I've also seen, right, the pressure that we're put in through by, social media posts or an angry person saying, hey, look, this kid came through my yard and tore up my yard, and irresponsible ownership. I was equally frustrated last meeting to learn what we learned, right? That basically, no pun intended, our police are handcuffed and can't even pull over one of these individuals because their policies restrict them from that, right? So going back to the enforcement, did you guys know you can't even be pulled over, right? So our police are telling us we can't do anything, right? So you can be completely responsible. You can do donuts in the middle of the street. They have a no chase policy. So they're not even going to chase you to enforce the policy. So that's really the what we're trying to reconcile here, which is, and I think it comes back full circle to the debate that we're having today. Councilwoman Rano, did you speak to Representative Fabricio, and did he say something about putting something onto this legislative agenda?
I did not speak to him directly. I know that our legal department communicated with him. I don't know if you'd like to share some of the timeline that perhaps was discussed.
Yeah, Councilwoman. Shortly after the January meeting, I did have a meeting impromptu with Representative Fabricio, and I brought this to his attention. He was not aware, and many municipalities actually are not aware, that the city's ability to put an ordinance that requires seatbelts is preempted by state law. It's something that doesn't sound logical, given that a lot of what the golf cart statute says is that, golf carts need to follow regulations and need to follow the same rules that vehicles and other vehicles do on the road. He, in conversation, mentioned that if we would add that as a legislative priority, he would try, either himself or have one of his colleagues sponsor an item. Now, this was more than about a month ago, so I know that the clock is ticking and it's difficult to get a new item, but he was willing to look at it and see if he could do it or have another colleague do it. And specifically, it would be to allow the town to be able to adopt the installation and the use of seatbelts. And if that's part of our ordinance and one of our police officers sees that seatbelts are not being worn, then they can make a stop at that time. That would give them probable cause.
So I think that's something that we can immediately start working on, right? Adding that as a legislative priority for this legislative session, to start inching us closer to that safety concern. And I think that's something that we can do today. I know that there's a motion, there's a second. I'll be more than happy to make that amendment to the motion to update our legislative priorities to ensure that the state can enforce or give the municipalities empower the municipalities to enforce the seatbelt restriction.
Councilman, you actually
I
have
will
a
second
resolution. Sorry. You actually have a resolution that I drafted just in case that was the direction you wanted to go, and it's before you. So if that's what you wish to do, well, you can pass that resolution and move forward today.
Wow. You're a fortune teller as well as a lawyer. How did you know we were going to make that motion, man?
I did not.
I'll go through the resolution. I haven't had the opportunity to see it, but if it encompasses what we're talking about, which is the opportunity to address the seatbelt enforcement, I think that's something that we can do immediately. And I also wanted to hear what would a moratorium, in order for them not to be penalized, or the people who have already gone through this process, but is there a way that we can put a pause on the issuance of without necessarily penalizing the ones that are currently registered users?
I would have to look at that to see if that's something that could be passed. Just to understand, you're saying the users that already have the permits, allow them, but the town doesn't issue additional permits.
Well, somebody mentioned moratorium, and I didn't understand if that. I believe that's how they were mentioning it. I don't know who mentioned it.
I mentioned moratorium.
And how would you see a moratorium working?
To me, for safety reasons, this whole ordinance should be put on pause until we can figure out, first of all, what we're responsible as a government, because I don't recall doing any sort of analysis to see the feasibility of the safety on our roads before we pass this ordinance, as stipulated by the Florida statute, where we need to
So the
consider
moratorium is a
factors
repeal.
including speed, volume, and character of motor vehicle traffic. I don't recall doing that, so when the Florida statute refers to us as the responsible local government, I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know our responsibility, where it ends. I feel like we jumped the gun and perhaps didn't, and I know that there's other municipalities that have done the same thing. I don't know if other municipalities have done speed studies, traffic studies to gauge the feasibility of the safety of the roads for golf cart usage. As a council member, I never read the Florida statute before we looked at our ordinance. I did review ordinances in other municipalities to see if they were compatible. I know that other municipalities have been enforcing things that we are not enforcing. I know that there's like fines in other municipalities. I don't think that we included fines in our ordinance for not complying with the ordinance. So there's other municipalities that do charge fees or fines if you're using your golf cart in the wrong fashion. We didn't include that in ours, but after reviewing this and considering the fact that our speed limit has not been reduced, I feel irresponsible to not place a moratorium until we can get our ducks in a row.
I do want to say one of the things we did, and I don't know how in-depth the manager can talk a little bit more about this, but I know when we had Michael Sayas here, he was one of the persons that was developing and studied the feasibility of being able to pass a golf cart ordinance. How in-depth that study was, I don't recall. I don't know.
I'd have to look back and see. He's been gone for almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
All right. On the motion as amended, Councilmember Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Wanted to put a few things on the record, and just to clarify on the motion that we're about to vote on, that would be Councilmember Collazo's amendment to include an amendment to our state priorities to make certain changes to state statute permitting us to enforce certain existing aspects of our ordinance, correct?
I was making it as an amendment, but I'm going to withdraw it in the event that the motion fails, because what I'm getting the feeling at is that this is a complete repeal of the ordinance, and I have some heartburn. Like, we didn't do the right thing, right? And we didn't know what we voted on, and we voted on it. I don't want to penalize the people who followed what we said as policy, right? Shame on us, right, for taking this vote and now retracting. Now, if it's a complete repeal of the ordinance, I'm not in favor. I'm trying to see how we can get a little bit more comfortable without penalizing the individuals that went and set the policy that we put on, right? Because in that, shame on us. And that's what I don't want to do.
Yeah.
So to me, a complete repeal is out the window. I understand the hardship that we have, enforcement. I was there alongside with you, Councilman Morano. What do you mean we can't stop a guy doing donuts? Well, maybe we can't stop a guy doing donuts, but we can't just pull over somebody for not having seatbelts. So if we can work on that, I feel a little bit more comfortable working towards that than a complete and total repeal.
And
but I have a feeling that the motion right now, based on the discussion, is moving towards a repeal until an alternative solution can be brought, and I'm not in favor of that.
Councilman, if I can offer some.
Sure.
And it's in the spirit of what the councilwoman wrote in her new business item is, we can come back, work with the manager and work with Mayor Ruiz with ways that we can strengthen the current ordinance as it is, in ways that we can perhaps increase our enforcement, both what's the provisions that are in the ordinance and the enforcement of the ordinance. That's something that we can definitely do and bring back to you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I
haven't been able to speak yet on the main.
Councilmember Dieguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yeah, so now we have clarification, and it seems as if Councilman Collazo is withdrawing his amendment. I wanted to put my thoughts on the record as far as the main motion itself. And Councilwoman, like all of us, you prioritize public safety, and I know where your heart's coming from. The position I take is that, as with many things in life, though, especially when we're talking about kids, you know, riding these golf carts, at some point there has to be some personal responsibility on the part of the parents as well. You know, they, you know, just like for those gun owners that we have in town, they have a responsibility to make sure the gun is out of reach from children and whatnot. And I think at some point, that's for that reason, you know, there's a personal responsibility aspect here where we can't just, you know, be on top of everybody, you know, to follow these things. But I'm not ready to walk away just yet either from you know, the spirit of where you're coming from. I'm in agreement with what the Deputy Town Attorney is suggesting about looking for ways to strengthen the ordinance, especially in terms of penalties, you know, for those that violate the registration aspect of it and everything else. I also, though, and I guess I'll just make the motion out this time, not only will I be moving to have a strike-all amendment to the main motion, meaning, you know, taking out what you're intending to do and replacing it with this new purpose, which is to direct the town attorney to conduct a new review and report back to the council in the next 3 months with ways that we can strengthen the ordinance, and further also authorizing our manager to work with our legal or with our lobbyist representatives in Tallahassee to work with Representative Fabricio to amend state statute to permit localities like us to be able to enforce certain requirements, such as the seatbelt wearing requirement and everything else, which I understand is one of the major impediments right now, that absent them either not having the decal or them committing some other act that would give the officer probable cause to pull them over, you know, they just don't have, you know, just not having seatbelt on is not enough. And the third aspect of that is, as part of those recommendations, I'd like to also see a public awareness campaign that we can put out there, and perhaps even look at having some forms in which those that are registering their golf carts acknowledge that they are aware that they are to comply not only with the technical requirements of their golf cart, but also, you know, that they're going to ensure that the golf cart is used responsibly, and to accept liability, perhaps, you know, if, you know, like a hold harmless on our behalf, if we don't already do that. So that would be the motion.
I second the strike call.
All right. Any other?
Councilman Dieguez, can I offer a small, teeny tiny amendment to your motion? I'm in complete agreement of everything. The one additional thing that I would like to look into is also engaging our neighborhood improvement committee and/or our public safety committee, and have them go through the ordinance as well and give us suggestions on how we can further strengthen it. I don't know if you'd be amenable to that.
Given that I had requested a 3-month time frame, I think that's more than enough for the committees to opine, and I have no problem with them opining and you working with them to get their feedback.
Will do.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, so strike Councilwoman Collazo.
Oh.
Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you. I'd like to also add that we consider removing the main thoroughfares for the time being until such time as our speed limit is adjusted. I know that we're working on that, but government moves slowly. So I don't know what the timeline is going to be, that we actually deliver that and deliver the new signage for the speed limit. So I'd like to at least put something in place for right now. It's not a complete rescinding of the ordinance. It's not a moratorium, but at the very least, remove from the areas of usage those roads that are most dangerous.
All right, so that, so the motion.
If I
hold on, Councilman Fernandez.
Yes,
so this is an amendment to the amended motion, or do you want to make this on your main motion and not have them do the strike all?
It's a strike all. Pardon me. Yes, mine is a strike all because Councilman Collazo pulled his amendment. So I did a strike all that sort of incorporated what he was thinking and also what the town attorney was recommending. And then Councilwoman Morano wanted to go ahead and also include something else. So I guess, being that I would not consider it as an amendment that is friendly to the existing strike all, it would have to be a separate amendment to the amendment.
An amendment to the main motion.
An amendment to my strike all amendment.
Gina, can you read to us the amendments to the motion?
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the motion that is in the table is a motion made by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo, which is strike all strike all of Councilwoman Ruano's motion, and to report back in 3 months to work with the town attorney and with Senator Fabricio to try to add language incorporating seat belts up in Tallahassee, and as well, I think you explained at the end, to also create awareness campaign to our community for the benefit of our residents, for the, to make it more aware. That was your motion. Then we got the Councilmember Fernandez made an amendment, which Councilmember Dieguez seconded, which was to also add a neighborhood improvement committee to try to serve the purpose to work with this. That was the first amendment, I believe. And the second amendment is Councilwoman Ruano now also asking respectfully to add language so that in the time being, for the ordinance only to, for golf carts only to be used in minor streets, not in main streets. Is that the purpose of your?
Yes.
So we have two amendments.
So can we vote on the First Amendment? And so we have a motion, we have a second for the First Amendment brought up by Councilmember.
Vice Mayor, if I may interject here, because
So just to put us in posture
that's
here.
a parliamentarian question. You have the main motion, which is Councilwoman Ranos. You have the strike all amendment, which is Councilman Dieguez. Then you have Councilman Fernandez's amendment, which is a friendly amendment to Councilman Dieguez, which is to include the neighborhood committee. And now you have another amendment, which she's just
I think the way that
It is
we
an
took
amendment,
it,
but it's-
I
it's
mean,
fine.
it's an amendment, but it was also kind of, again, the way, especially the way that I took it, as I stated, my item has a
tweak.
3-month, work period, if you will, on that.
Right.
90 days, right? So I guess the way I took it was he wanted us to include, run it by public safety and neighborhood improvement. I guess the way I took it, though, is that could be counted as just giving direction to you since we didn't take it up as formal action.
That's fine. You can take it that way. That would be okay. So now you have an amendment that
There is no
Councilwoman.
second to my,
Right. I was going to get there. So she's
Right.
just made a motion. You've got to second it. If you second it, then it's on the floor to be voted on. If not, then
Okay.
it dies.
So we have a motion on the Second Amendment by Councilman Ruano. Do we have a second?
I will second for discussion, just to make my point, which we might have avoided some of the procedural brouhaha. Councilwoman, the reservation that I have is, remember the speed limit reduction would not apply to the major thoroughfares anyhow. So that, disallowing it for the next 90 days wouldn't make a difference insofar as when the speed limit is changed, it wouldn't apply to the major thoroughfares anyway. So I think the whole thing might be moot.
understood.
Lorenzo, can we vote on the Second Amendment separate from the First Amendment from Councilmember Collazo?
which
I mean,
first-
Councilmember Dieguez.
Vice Mayor, what you need to do first is vote on since Councilman Fernandez seconded, is vote on her item first. So vote on.
Which is,
I can
Which
pull,
is,
I'll pull my second amendment.
you'll pull it? Okay. I mean,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. All right,
Yeah.
so voting on the First Amendment,
As on the first motion as amended.
on the first
We
motion.
haven't voted yet on the strike all either.
Yeah, that's a second, that's as amended. If you vote on that, then that's it, the first one dies.
All right, voting on the first
Or
motion
replaces it, yeah.
as amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gina, call the roll.
So the motion made by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Now on to the main motion, or is strike all?
Since it was a strike call,
Okay,
it replaces it.
so, thank you. Thank you, Gina, for that amended times
So now
two.
the strike.
All right,
Count-
So we can move to the next item. All right,
Point of order. So just to be clear, the golf cart ordinance remains intact. There's no moratorium. Everything remains normal. And within 3 months, you're gonna come back with some recommendations on how to put a little bit more beef into the.
Yes, I'm going to work with our Neighborhood Improvement Committee, staff, and police department and come back with recommendations.
And public safety.
Great.
And public safety.
And public safety.
And we're going to also include it as part of our legislative priorities, the seatbelt
Exhibit
tweak.
So all the golf carts in the front are safe for now.
For now.
All right, there you go.
1 through 16.
Please wear your seatbelts.
Thank you, everyone. All right, moving on to new business item 14C.
Great, thank you so much. And I do have a public comment that she asked to be recognized during the item. I'm going to ask Mrs. Kent to please come on up. My new business item was actually spurred on by Mrs. Priscilla Aleman. Priscilla Aleman was the individual who curated the artifact cabinet that's in our lobby. And Priscilla Aleman is very proud to show off Miami Lakes and everything that Miami Lakes is about, and has made a contact with Mrs. Kent. And there has been a request to put that work of art on display in a gallery. And I'm going to ask Mrs. Kent if she can elaborate a little bit on it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all for your time and attention. My name is Megan Kent. I'm the curator of exhibitions at the Art and Culture Center in Hollywood. I would like to speak on the loan of the cabinet that's on view here at the Town Hall in Miami Lakes, to be loaned for the Art and Culture Center in Hollywood. The cabinet that Aleman calls Archaeological Romance was custom designed, and she organized it, all of the elements, and she is a longtime Miami Lakes resident. Madden's Hammock, located in Miami Lakes, is a Tequesta burial ground and was once a trading post with the Spaniards and a site where the Seminoles performed their green corn dance ceremony. It is the highest elevation point south of Lake Okeechobee and was strategically used during the Seminole Wars. This site remains unknown to many. The lifelong archaeological experience with the area has inspired Priscilla Aleman to create a cabinet combining artifacts such as bone, shell, Mahalika sherds, and found contemporary remnants, construction materials, books, and sculptures. I don't know if we have any images, if we could put images of the cabinet up. So Aleman created this project with the intention to educate the public while providing visual cues to disseminate information to those unable to access the area. I've been familiar with this particular piece for over a year now. I met Priscilla and she was very enthusiastic and really interested in the project. And so I did a site visit with the artist where we sat very near her home at the very edge when she was a little girl. You know, her parents still own this home. And so she and I would sat and looked at this incredible mound in the distance. And she would talk, and she told me all of these beautiful stories about this sacred site that she grew up looking at right next door to. So the purpose of borrowing this piece, I'm asking to borrow the work, is to educate the public of Miami Lakes' rich history. It's something that I don't think many people know about, certainly not in Hollywood. I think it's a very important part of South Florida history that I would like to share. I think it's important for people to understand the process of land preservation and land use, because you can see the process of how it's been taken care of and preserved. There's a lot of information on your Miami Lakes Gov website that provides preservation and reports and so forth. So it'd be nice to be able to show how that investigation is done. And then also another reason I would like to show it is because I think Priscilla Alaman is an incredibly talented artist. She is a poet and a researcher. She's an excavator. So I think it's an opportunity for her to be able to show such a really strong, really important piece of work. I do want to note that the transport and the insurance is wall to wall, from nail to nail, as we call it. So the Art and Culture Center would be fully responsible for insurance, picking up the piece. We have professional art handlers that would wrap the pieces. It will include de-install and install. So I will work with Priscilla. We've already been working back and forth on several other things, but that we would be able to ensure that the pieces deassembled and reassembled, so that while it's away, when it comes back, you'll have it in the exact same statute. The exhibition will be on view through May 14th, and so the loan period would be through May 30th.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kent, and thank you so much for kind of highlighting what I think is really a treasure in our community, and thank you so much for sharing that with Broward County and in Hollywood. So when the question came up, I did what any of us would do. We call our manager, and we really didn't have a process for this. We've never had a request to loan any piece of public art. While I know Councilwoman Morano and myself have purchased artwork to display in Town Hall, and I think even the mayor's had artwork donated to him, we've never had a request to have somebody exhibit that. And I know we've exhibited artists in Town Hall, and the manager said, look, bring it forward. Let's see if we can have some policies in place that protect the artwork. And you said that there's insurance, that there's a process, and I just felt that we had to have a policy in case this was ever asked again, or if we can at least establish a protocol if it's the will of the council. Obviously, I'm supporting it. I'd like to make a motion to support the loan of the artifact piece to this particular exhibit. But moving forward, I think we should have some type of process, making sure it's insured, like you said, and making sure that we had set parameters on how we loan or provide public art that's been donated to the town to be displayed and shared with other municipalities.
I'll second that.
Second.
All right, no discussion. Gina,
Yeah, just I would ask that if this passes, that you'll get together with our legal team and our staff, and then we'll work out the details, have a review of the insurance policy and all of that to make sure that.
Yes, absolutely. We have
What's
formal
the
loan
time frame?
paperwork and
What's the start
insurance.
period of the exhibit?
The exhibition is starting February 18th, so we're very lucky to have this brought up in today's meeting. But I'm really good at getting things done and getting things done well. So we would do the proper loan paperwork. We have insurance policies on hand that I would be able to provide.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we finish here tonight, or when this item is over, then just get with Victoria, get her your contact info, and then we'll work it out after tonight.
Thank you so much. Very kind of you all. Thank you for your time.
There is one last thing that I wanted to make sure that we were clear on, and I know Mrs. Kent is aware, and so is Priscilla. The artifacts themselves are not on loan, so they would have to be retained with the town. But since Priscilla curated the other pieces, I believe it's an insert, so we can actually remove the artifacts themselves are on loan to us from the University of Florida. So we don't have their consent to loan the artifacts. It would just be the display cabinet with the pieces that are curated already by Priscilla Alaman, with the actual artifacts remaining here in Town Hall.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilman Dieguez, you're recognized.
I just had a question with respect to the last image here in the supporting documents. Can you please clarify these ancient couches that are displayed?
As you heard, these were the ceremonial couches that were used at that time by the Tequesta Indians. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So if you don't mind, that's like the best part of her piece, is that she includes contemporary elements like a found deer head to a construction helmet. So it's part of our contemporary history of these objects that are left. So I would argue that those leather couches should stay. And
Okay, I'm satisfied.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Gina, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Goyaso.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, moving on. Let's take it back to item 7, appointments.
No appointments.
No
this
appointments.
Council meeting.
Moving right along to item 8, committee reports, Public Safety Committee.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Nancy Rogers, Chairperson of the Public Safety Committee. And I got to do it, I'm sorry. I come before you to stand behind you, to tell you of something I know nothing about. So, I would like to go over some of what our requests are for the budget. I'm not sure if I'm doing this in the right order, but nevertheless, we have Public Safety Committee PSAs, and we're looking to have some more PSAs made. So we are asking for a budget of, instead of 4,800, 7,800, in that we would like to do more PSAs. In the past, we did one, and that was $675. So we would like to add, let me see my figures here, make that $1,000 instead for the PSAs. And mostly what we want to do is continue what we've been doing with the Public Safety Committee Awards Breakfast. And that cost us $3,414 from Shula's for the breakfast, which is a plated meal breakfast. And the plaques and the gift cards come to $300. Usually we would do the Officer of the Year and the Firefighter of the Year, but lately we've been having to do 3 of those individuals because each year someone that's very special and dear to our hearts has retired. And so we have gone ahead and made a plaque and gift cards for them as well. So it ends up being 3. But the major item that we are asking for is, like I said, the PSA for $1,000. And something that was driving me crazy the past 2 years, ever since well, he was driving me crazy too, but ever since my grandson was born, I have been trying to find out about car seat installers. At one time, we had someone from Miami Gardens who was justified and qualified and tested and everything to do that, but she retired, and there is nobody in this neighborhood who can do that to install the car seats officially and properly. So the problem with that is that there is a class and a specific qualification that they have to have. And I'm not sure what that costs, but I think to some degree maybe we can look into that and have the money to have that done and have someone who does the installations. Now, if the person lives in the town of Miami Lakes, I don't make these rules, but just the thought, if the person lives in Miami Lakes, our tax dollars is already paid for that, whatever, it's done free. But if someone comes from, let's say, Miami Gardens, just like we were able to go and use their people, then perhaps we could charge some kind of a fee. I don't understand that process, but it's a thought, because I do think we need it. We got to keep these kids safe, and people need to know what they're doing putting these car seats in. So that's the car seat installer. We'd like to add a CPR class, and for people like myself, proper use of a fire extinguisher and the disposal of a fire extinguisher. I have one that's like 4 years old. I don't know what to do with it because I don't want to just throw it in the trash. So I think some kind of educational classes would be necessary for the Public Safety Department to do for just the safety of the public, like what our name entails. So that's what I'm requesting, is a budget of $7,800. And by the way, I have to do this. We used to get $2,800, and thank you to Councilwoman Ruano, who in the past has given us $2,000 and brought our budget up to $4,800. But the problem is, things have gone up. As we all know, with COVID and everything else, just the breakfast alone has increased. And we've already been asked this week to choose the date for the next Public Safety Committee Awards breakfast so that it's on the calendar, because people are coming back and having these events. And we hopefully use Shula's again, that they've been pretty good to us, but I know the rate's going to go up. So I respectfully ask for a budget of $7,800, if I may.
Vice Mayor, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Nancy, or Madam Chairwoman, this request is for the 23-24 budget. It says here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the compilation process for all of the committee budgets won't start until the summertime. So that whole process that we go through every summer, starting with the committees, then we move on to the general fund, then all the funds, et cetera, that process will start in the summer. So your liaison, I'm sure that our budget manager will be in touch with all of the liaisons to start compiling and getting information from all of the committees on what their budget requests are. And then that'll be probably early to mid-summer, Melissa, right, when we start with the committees? That first meeting, that first Sunshine meeting was usually early to mid-summer? The committee? Late June, early July? Somewhere in there. So, but if that's a motion you guys have already taken, you've already decided there's gonna be a request, your work's already done. But that's the timeline.
Then in that case, we might as well cancel the May 20th awards ceremony that's
no.
coming up. From what is?
I'm sorry, I
You
had
have
a
a
question.
budget already for this year.
From what I understood, the budget that they have allocated is not sufficient for the pricing increase for the appreciation breakfast that's going to be held this year, correct?
Right, but we just had one. That's why I don't understand why they're asking me to pick this May 20th or May 13th date, which, by the way, May 13th is Mother's Day weekend, so I chose the 20th because nobody's going to be here over the weekend to come to an awards breakfast. My understanding that that May 20th date is for
May 20th, 2023.
24. It would be 2024.
This upcoming May? Or next year in May?
I'm hoping it's next year. They just gave me month and day, not the year. So now that you're asking the question, yes, I am a bit confused on that, because I feel like we just had that awards breakfast, because I'm just paying the bills on those things.
So
and
this,
the only money that we
this
have
is the request
left.
for next year's budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So,
Yes.
so Nance, the liaison will touch base with you and your entire committee, and we'll make sure that this budget request gets into that process that we do. The very first part of that process is the committees before we even move on to the general fund. So we'll do that, and the liaison will get with you to make sure that that's submitted as part of, that'll be the Public Safety Committee request for the fiscal year that starts October 1 of later this year.
Mr. Manager, can you provide support to Nancy and just have someone meet with her and give her an overview of what her expenses has been up to part and how it's itemized, and if she has still any leftover monies? Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Should I turn that?
All right. Recognize Mayor Sid. He's joined us online. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate you. And what item? I know we just discussed public safety. This is the next item. We're on new business, correct?
We are on special presentations right now, and we already discussed item 14D and 14C from new business items.
Thank you.
All right, special presentation, Mr.
Yes.
Manager,
Yes,
you're recognized.
We have, like we traditionally do, new staff members that we bring on board. We always like to bring them before you so you can meet them. We have our new controller that was recently started about a week or two ago, and I'd like the department director, our chief financial officer and finance director, Kay Grant, to introduce her.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking this way. Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to introduce our new controller. After reviewing numerous resumes and conducting interviews, the interview panel made the unanimous decision to choose this candidate. And again, I'm delighted to be here to introduce you to our new controller, Saily Leon Trujillo. She goes by Saily or Saily. She says anyone, but I like Saily. Saily, would you please? She has been with us for about a week and a half now. She comes to us from Easter Seals, South Florida. It's a nonprofit organization where she was hired in 2020 as the accounting manager. Within a year, Saily was promoted to controller, and she served in that capacity for 2 years until we lured her away. Prior to that, Saily spent 3 years as controller at the Dental American Corporation that is headquartered in Hialeah. She has 27 years of accounting experience in both the public sector and the private sector, including 10 years in real estate and property management accounting, title services, and was staff accountant for 2 prominent audit firms earlier in her career. She was born and raised in Hialeah, graduated from Hialeah Senior High School. She received her associate's degree in business administration at the Miami-Dade Community College, and her bachelor's degree she earned in business administration at FIU. Like I said, she has just been with us for a week and a half, and what I did learn is that she's very family-oriented, and she has a love to the 10th degree for country music. Cowboy boots, cowboy hat, the entire ensemble. But again, we feel that her education, her experience, and her expertise will contribute to the success of the finance department and the town. So please join me in welcoming Saily Leon Trujillo, our controller for the town.
Good evening. Thank you, Kay, for my introduction. I want to say I'm really glad to be here. I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of the Miami Lakes community. I'm really excited to fulfill my role as controller.
I'm excited too.
And work alongside with Kay and the town members. But most importantly, I'm excited to be able to serve the residents in the community of Miami Lakes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations again, Ms. Trujillo, our town controller. All right, moving on to consent agenda, item 10A.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Sorry, 10 consent agenda, just item 10. I apologize. Who's moving it?
I move.
I second it.
Second by Josh.
Yep.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda
Aye.
passes. All right. No ordinance for first reading, which is item 11. Item 12, ordinances second reading. 12A.
This is a public hearing. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13 by creating Article 13 to be entitled Water Quality, establishing purpose and intent of the article, providing for definitions, sediment and control requirements for certain developments, standards for sediment and erosion control, permit issuance conditions, administrative procedures, enforcement of sediment and erosion control requirements, prohibition of illicit discharge, reporting of illicit discharges, providing for enforcement and penalties, and providing for an application fee to be established for the sediment and erosion control plan, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for an inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
I will move it.
Motion by Councilmember Fernandez, second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Garcia and Dieguez. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye. I have to call the roll.
Yeah, this is a roll
Call
call.
the roll.
So, ordinance in second reading, item 12A. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Restroom.
Is absent. Vice Mayor Alvarez
Yes.
and Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The
Councilmember
ordinance
Collazo,
in
sorry.
second reading passes.
All right. Item 13, there are no resolutions, and we're moving on to new business items. Item 14A, Councilmember Councilmember Dieguez, you're recognized for your item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And this item is nothing new in that we're not going to be the first community to pass a resolution of this type. As some of you may have heard, there has been some increased discussion about the possibility of adopting cashless bail as a system here in Miami-Dade County. My personal view is that if done incorrectly, and just in general, this could be a disastrous policy for communities, not only like Miami Lakes, but all 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County and the unincorporated areas. I think that there's a lot of unknowns here that need to be explored further before, any step in this direction is taken. And I think it's important that Miami Lakes join other cities that, like West Miami and others, that have passed resolutions in opposition. I think we should join and add our voice there and pass a resolution that not only provides certain findings for why we are opposing cashless bail, but also requesting the county commission to also take a position on cashless bail, and also transmitting our firm position to them, as well as to the state attorney's office and the public defender's office, and as well as the chief judge of the 11th Judicial Circuit here in Miami-Dade County. I in the past have been a favor of certain moves to support criminal justice reform where it is reasonable. Again, I just think that here we are taking a very big risk that has not in other communities yielded a tangible benefit that I can see. And so I don't think that's a can of worms that we should open up as a community. And I think Miami Lakes should be, again, a partner with our other cities in opposing this move. With that is my motion.
If I can be heard as well, because it's on my report, and that's why I asked for it. I rarely get involved in policy. It's my discussion with all of you, especially behind the scenes, is you guys are policy. Tell me what to do. I will do it, but the policy is you. But this is one of the few times in my 9.5 years up here that I've actually gotten involved in policy itself. I have yet to see where cashless bail has worked anywhere. It hasn't worked from the left coast to the right coast, west coast to the east coast. It hasn't worked. It just doesn't work. It is a danger to our community. It is a danger to, the number one policy concern and priority for you as a body and for me as an officer of this council, on this council, is public safety and protecting the citizens. That is the number one thing you have to do. It really, really is disappointing that this type of thing is being considered in South Florida. And it's not just our current state attorney. I'm sorry, it's not just the public defender, but it's others involved on every side of the criminal justice system. This is not okay. The message has to be sent loud and clear. This endangers public safety. Unless and until someone shows me where this has ever worked, there's no reason why we should be doing this. None at all. Sorry, those are my 2 cents.
I'd like to second the motion.
Discussion.
Yes. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement with Councilman Dieguez and our town attorney Gastesi. I definitely think it's a distraction from the real issue that exists in our legal system, which is there's no equity in our legal system when it comes to adequate legal representation for working class members of our community and low income members of our community. That's really where the main issues lie in our legal system, and I think that has to be taken a further look. So I just wanted to take the moment to continue highlighting that, because I know our legal system has major issues. It's the best, but it has major issues when it comes to adequate legal representation for low income and working class members of our community. But I do agree with my colleague in regards to the bail issue.
One last thing. I'm in the middle of a trial. Been at it for 2 days, worked God knows how many hours in the last week. I hear a lot of criticisms about our legal system. I hear it all the time, but no one has yet pointed out to me a better one. It's got all its flaws, except for all the others. You know, for people to constantly trash our legal system, especially those in this higher office who talk about inequity and inequality in our legal system, it really chips away at the foundation of our legal system and how good it is to hear people in higher public office talk about inequity in the legal system. Because Josh is here, I'm here, there's other lawyers here, and I have yet to see any inequitable conduct towards the poor or towards races or anything else. It's very easy to talk about it on a higher level, but when you're in the trenches every day and you're not seeing it, you can cite to a statistic, we can all twist them around. But the fact is, you know, this is not something that we should really, really condone in any way in the loudest terms, because some of us are going to get hurt. My neighborhood has had 4 break-ins. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 since Labor Day. I don't want to see those criminals out on cashless bail. They are stealing our cars. They are stealing the signals into our community. We have had to undergo all kinds of expense to revamp our whole security system in our community. It costs a lot of money. Even after we revamped it, they still found another way to get in. They stole a guy's McLaren the other day. That's a $400,000 car. They literally were in our community and bashed their way out of it. It's we are this close to someone now getting into our houses. Those are the same criminals that will do it. They're not violent right now, but you let them out on cashless bail, and what are you doing? These guys are going to get out before our poor officers are done writing up their reports. Goodness gracious, how anyone can think something like this is a remotely good idea, I don't know. They can't even show one place where it's even worked, and yet you want to bring that here? Come on.
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate, I agree on with our attorney and the councilman on the cashless bail issue. But if you do want to see inequities in our legal system, I've previously worked with the halfway houses to help people, and I've seen cases that if people had access to adequate legal representation, had money, access to they might not have gotten those sentences. So that's the point I'm trying to make. It has nothing to do with the cashless bail system, but we could turn a blind eye to the inequities in the system, but they 100% exist. And I personally seen them working with the halfway houses in our community, trying to help people rehab back in society. And I've seen some of those issues, but the cashless bail system is completely different. I just wanted to make a point of that the tension should not be on the cashless bail system, changing it and going through these types of things, but they should be in reforming some of these things to ensure that there's adequate legal representation. So I just wanted to ensure that there's an understanding difference in my point of view.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Ruano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, I wanted to thank Councilmember Dieguez for bringing up this item that is very important to our municipality and our neighboring municipalities. I echo the sentiments that both he expressed and Town Attorney Gastesi expressed. We see this issue in our community all the time where individuals continue to violate our laws over and over again. And all too often, our police department is held responsible for individuals that they catch and take in and are let go just the other day. So in an effort to support our police officers as well as our residents, I think that this is the only proper posture that we can take. So thank you so much, Councilmember Dieguez, for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Garcia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to reiterate what our town attorney was saying and also what the mayor was saying. It's not just one or the other. Cashless bail is a bad idea because we need deterrence. We need a deterrent. I mean, if you let people out, they're going to continue to do it. We have to have deterrence. And part of law enforcement and the criminal system is deter, right? That's why we have laws in the books. We need to deter that. But also, the ideal is that justice is blind. And I know that all the attorneys here take an oath, and the police officers take an oath, and we take an oath, to the Constitution of the United States, and to make sure that all the rules are applied equally. So you can have it both ways. You can say, no, cashless bail is a bad idea, but also say, hey, justice should be blind, and we should always endeavor to do all we can to be there. So I am for Councilman Dieguez' amendment, resolution here. I think cashless bail is a bad idea, and it doesn't deter crime. It exacerbates it. So.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia. Gina, call the roll, please. Thank you.
So on the motion by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you. Mayor, just a point of personal privilege to advise you. We had to give you enough time to get to the meeting. We moved your items to be presented after the attorney report, so after item 17.
Or we can I can make a motion to reopen the order of business and just reinsert the mayor's new business items into the order that they're
I'll
now
second.
since he's there.
I'll second that.
Second.
All right. Motion to reinsert the mayor's new business items into the same order that they were presented. Second by Councilwoman Ruano. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Aye.
So we did A, B, C. No, now B actual. Council rules and procedures, item 14B. Mayor Sid, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This item should have been more of a report than anything else, but it came to my attention interacting with college and high school students, teaching on a weekly basis. This was brought to my attention. They kept asking me, I was like, why do you guys require a name and address for a public comment? And I couldn't answer the question. I called our town clerk. She did some research, saw that there was no real rhyme or reason why it was required. So I said, you know what, if it's not required, why do it? And to this day, I have not received a good answer as to why that's even needed for someone for the public coming in and just speaking their mind. So I said, I'll move it anyways, because it's not really in our rules, but I think it's important for future councils to be in that posture. I want to make a motion to eliminate the non-written requirement of asking for the address and the name of somebody during a public comments. This does not include quasi-judicial hearings, which is different because you need to get sworn in. And that's a different story in all itself, because those you need to get sworn in and we act like judges. But I want to make a motion to eliminate that portion from our public comments portion to not require people to have to say their name and address on the record.
Second.
Second by Council Member Fernandez. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Councilman Dieguez, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I'll direct my comments to the mayor because it's his item. I just want him to understand how I read that requirement and why I can't support this item in how it's presented. A public speaker kind of alluded to this earlier, but it's the same comment I had in my agenda briefing with the attorney and the manager, which is that as elected representatives of Miami Lakes, while we are required to offer a reasonable opportunity to be heard to everyone who wants to address this, because sometimes some of the issues we vote on do affect our neighbors. We learned that the hard way with Hialeah and, the mess over there in the annex area and how that's affected us nonstop, or at least, to the point where, we launched litigation and everything else. While we should absolutely offer that forum for them, and, we should certainly give them respect for voicing their opinions, at the end of the day, we serve the residents of Miami Lakes. And I think that by requiring that they identify themselves as a resident of Miami Lakes, it alerts us as the listener that these are the people that we have to give our first and foremost priority to, because they ultimately are the ones that elected us, as both renters and owners in the town that pay taxes here, whether it be sales tax, whether it be property taxes, whether it be just spending money in our restaurants and our business community. I think that it is imperative that we continue this requirement, because it's not an unreasonable constraint on their ability to be heard. It's very simple. Just you tell us, you give us your address. Do you live in the town or not? And the address helps us verify that you are living in the town. So I just cannot support it on this basis or for that reason. I just think that we do owe it to our residents to give their voice a sort of first among equals priority, and I think that we lose that if we just remove the requirement. So for those reasons, I cannot support this.
Any?
Vice Mayor, may I be recognized?
Councilman Fernandez, you're recognized.
So I agree with the spirit of Councilman Dieguez's comments. However, I will say that in the address that's provided by the speaker is not always accurate. Sometimes it's a misnomer, and I can cite specific examples where individuals that don't reside in the town give their business address or give the address of their school or things of that nature, and I think that maybe it's used as a way of protecting their own privacy, but it may also be used as a way of trying to deceive us as to whether or not they're residents or not. So I think the fact that we don't always get a clear picture, for me, kind of makes the entire process fruitless, right? So I'm okay with getting rid of it. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia, you're recognized, and then Councilmember Collazo.
Thank you, through the Vice Mayor. Just asking the town attorneys and the city clerk, is there any specific state or county law in the books, resolution in the books, anything in the books that, ordinance in the books that require name and address when speaking in a public?
Well, what I can answer is that when Mayor Sid asked me to conduct a research, and I did, I was very lucky that in those days we had here the executive director, Mr. Jose Arroyo. Some of you were in person, and you heard me when I asked the question to Mr. Arroyo, can you please let us know if there's any legal state law, anything that would prohibit us from saying, please, you don't have to state your name and address. I asked him the question just to make sure. And his answer was that he prefers the people who approach the podium and speak on public comments to state name and address, but that's his preference. He said there is no legality, no constraint, nothing that does not allow the governing body, the council, to make their own rules. He said it was okay, and I think the three of you were here when I asked that question. He was good, he answered immediately. But not only that, when he left, I said, let me just reach out to town clerks just to see. I wanted to poll, and I got like 10 answers. The vast majority of our other neighbor municipalities do prefer, let's say prefer is the answer that they gave me. When speakers that approach the podium state their name and address, they think it's better good housekeeping. However, they all say that they cannot require the speaker to state the name and address. Two of them even said, our town attorneys, our city attorneys, have told us that we cannot impose such a requirement. So they allow them. They prefer for people to say. So something that we could do is we can just say, can you please state your name and address? And if someone says, no, I don't wish to, in these other municipalities, they let them speak.
So we can ask.
It's not a requirement.
So we can ask, please state your name and address, but you're not required, and if they decide not to, we're good.
That's what some municipalities do.
I am willing to add that to the question if the mayor and the colleagues
as
are.
For the Commission on Ethics and Public Trust, he was here in
Yep.
the audience. I did ask him the question, and he said that to the best of his knowledge, you cannot impose that. It's not a requirement. He stated it. I asked
Right.
the question twice.
Councilmember Goyaso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And, you know, the sentiment, and I know the mayor was not present during the public remark that was provided to us, but I share the exact comment that Councilman Dieguez does. I do appreciate it. Actually, it's in my notepads every single meeting. I take the name. I don't take their address. I'll try to note their address or their phone number if it's a specific issue that I want to follow up with. I know that they're not required to tell us the truth. I know that they're not required to be honest, and I know that they can come up there and blatantly lie to our face. But for me to be able to follow up on an issue, I appreciate when they state their name and the address. Giving them the option to opt out of it, I think that's fair. I think that there's even some people that are protected to Florida statute that they say, look, under this Florida statute, I'm not required to. And I don't mind if somebody for privacy purposes says, I don't want to give it to you. I'm going to respect that. But I do have a preference that somebody states their name and address for the record for the very same reasons that Councilman Dieguez supported. I want to know if they're a resident or not. Because to me, it lets me know maybe why they're taking that position or why they're petitioning this body. Again, they can lie, they can misrepresent the truth, but I'm going to put more value in a Miami Lakes resident, or at least what a person representing Miami Lakes is telling me, than maybe somebody who's maybe representing Broward County. I'm with Councilman Dieguez on this issue and cannot support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Collazo. I think all of us have Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe that when someone comes into our chambers and physically walks in here or has their face on the screen, or, I mean, there's already a notification of who they are. So anyone that wants to come in here and not state their name and record, it can't be for a valid purpose, right? They're not trying to hide their identity. they're in this public room, they're not afraid. You know, there's a lot of things that sometimes students ask in classroom settings because students tend to push the envelope, and it's the why. Sometimes things are just, they're handy for us, and like Councilmember Collazo said, and like Councilmember Dieguez said, it's important to us to know who we're speaking to. If you voted for us, if we are your elected officials and we respond to you, there is no reason why you should be weary or hide your identity from this elected body. I don't think that anyone that's in any kind of harm or danger would be walking into these chambers and have the need to hide their name or hide their address. To me, I too take notes of who's speaking. To me, it's important, and there are addresses that I don't write down, but when you tell me that you live in Miami Lakes, I take that for what it is, and I believe you. Are there people that can lie? Absolutely, there's always individuals that can lie, but to me, it's very important, and that's not something that I would like to change. When we have rules in place, they don't need to be understood by everyone. They just need to be helpful and useful to this particular body, so this wouldn't be something that I would be inclined to changing.
Yeah, and I agree. In closing, I find that there's value getting to connect with the public comment speakers, and like Councilmember Collazo said, if there is that specific connection with their address, that any one of us here in the dais can follow through with town staff to help support or resolve an issue with whatever they may bring to us here in the dais as a public comment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor. So just to follow up, and it wasn't in a classroom setting. Actually, part of one of the requirements of my public speaking class is that you speak at a public meeting at the municipality you live in, and a lot of my students have already done that, and that was one of the things that always came back. It was extremely awkward and weird, and I'll be very honest with you guys, there has yet to be one compelling reason why it exists. There's no rule in the books. I won't be enforcing this going forward. You guys are more than welcome to do that, but with all due respect to all you guys, I have yet to hear one compelling reason why this has to exist. It doesn't exist in our rules. I brought this up because I didn't have to do it, but you guys could ask the clerk to enforce it, but I definitely won't be enforcing that because there's no reason to do it, but that's fine.
Councilwoman Collazo, you're recognized. Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you. And I have a question for the mayor. If you won't be enforcing something that this elected body would like to keep in place, how do we create a procedure by which it becomes part of our council rules or of our meeting rules? Like, I find it disrespectful to not enforce something.
You need to run that by the clerk, because she's the one that runs public comments. So it would have to be, you guys would have to motion to keep this in favor for the clerk to continue to enforcing and to state when she states her rules of public comments every day. So if this is something that the body wants to do, I said, I'm not gonna do it. I don't run public comments, but if that's something you guys want to do, would have to be a motion for the clerk to continue doing it and make it an actual requirement in our rules that not only our clerk now, but our clerk in the future clerks can also follow in that same footstep.
All right, so
but right now, it's not a written rule. Hence, it's not a written rule. I'm not going to volunteer to be the one asking people for something that I believe, and there still hasn't been a compelling reason for it, that there's really no reason. But if you want to see that going forward, put in the rules, make a motion, put in the rules, and our clerk has to read it every single meeting and ensure that it's enforced.
All right, I'd like to move to make that one of our council meeting rules, to have every speaker state their name and address for the record for purposes of this elected body to know who we're speaking to.
I'm guessing, just for point of clarification, this is a strike-all amendment that you are proposing?
Yes.
Okay, I will second it.
Discussion or?
Yes. It's my understanding that we can't enforce this rule, correct?
That's incorrect. And before the attorney speaks, though, and I will speak a little bit out of turn here, because I just want to clarify something that the clerk said. As she pointed out, the ethics director, the executive director of the ethics commission, has indicated that while he doesn't see that there's anything stopping us from enforcing that requirement. in her research, in her due diligence, because she's awesome at what she does, she reached out to some other municipalities whose city attorneys have an opinion, and again, reasonable minds can disagree, an opinion that they cannot enforce such a requirement. However, as they know, as our attorneys know, just because you have a restraint on speech does not mean that it cannot be enforced. A lot of it has to do whether it's a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction, which is widely accepted in First Amendment law. There is nothing by requiring that they state their name and address that prevents them from speaking. In fact, that's all public record anyway. And, so I don't understand why somebody would try to conceal that unless, as was mentioned earlier, there's some nefarious motive. Because again, you're not going to be speaking here if you're worried about political payback. Especially with all the cameras that we have and all the audio recordings that we have, you're going to be easily recognizable, especially if you're, very involved in the community. I guess where I'm a little concerned is the implication that somehow if we're not for this, we're somehow, enforcing a not only an improper restraint on speech, but also being the bad guys, in essence,
No.
by requiring it. Yeah.
No,
I just wanted to point
I'm
that out.
just, just trying to bring a little common sense here. Hey, state your name and address. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, that's fine. And then they can continue to go. I mean, that hardly ever happens. Exactly. I mean, no one's ever done that. So if we tell someone who comes in all of a sudden says, no, I don't want to give it, well, sit down, you can't speak. Doesn't that create, and I'm just, doesn't that create just some issues?
No, but that wasn't the point. The point was that the mayor said that he's no longer going to request name and address. Not that if someone refuses, they're not allowed to speak. What he suggested was that moving forward, this elected body would no longer request the name and address of the person standing at the podium.
Okay, but okay. And now you've clarified. Thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I ask for a little bit further clarification? Are we saying request or require?
We're saying require on the strike all.
Yeah, I can't support require. First, it conflicts with Section 119 because requiring their address would run afoul of the protections that they have granted with state law. So I can't support that.
I'll make an amendment to the councilwoman's amendment to what would obviously be inherent in her requirement, though, which is because we can't do anything that's contrary to law, which is to respect the exemptions that exist in state law. But just to clarify, I will go ahead and add that amendment.
So we have an amendment to, can you repeat that, Councilmember Dieguez?
It is an amendment to the councilwoman's amendment, which is a strike-all amendment, simply adding on that in addition to everything that she's saying, which is to make it a requirement that they must give their name and address to address the council, that we are clarifying that there is an exception for those who, under state statute, are exempted from doing so.
All right. So we have a second on the second by Councilman Collazo. Any more discussion, or are you guys ready to?
Just real quick, sir, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like to, you're good? Okay, so I guess we've full discussed. So.
All right. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please. And if you can read the amendment again.
Just to clarify, we first vote on the amendment. So it's the amendment by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo, which is to request the name and address of the individuals that approach the council, but to respect, of course, the exemptions to Section 119.
Actually, no. Just to restate it, my amendment is simply clarifying what already exists in law, which is that we have to respect those that are properly exempted under state law from giving their property address, right? That's all mine does, which is to basically tag on and clarify an existing requirement in law into the councilwoman's motion. Her motion is separate. So that is all mine does. It just clarifies what already exists in state law, that we have to honor a speaker's proper exemption and legally recognized exemption from that requirement.
Very well. So that amendment, that motion, Councilmember Dieguez.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Councilmember
Your vote.
Dieguez,
Pardon me,
on
yes.
your amendment, yes. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Yes.
and Mayor Sid.
Nope.
The amendment passes. Now, we have a second amendment, which is from Councilwoman Ruano, seconded by Councilmember Dieguez. Motion to make speakers state their name and address when
Motion.
they approach the town council, which this amendment was a strike all of Mayor Sid's main motion. Is that
Mo-
correct?
Motion to require speakers to
Mm-hmm.
provide their name and
state.
address. Right.
Right, again, I'm gonna restate it. Councilwoman Ruano made a motion to request or to make speakers state their name and address for the record when they approach or when they speak to the elected officials, and as well, and this amendment was to strike all the main motion made by Mayor Sid. And it was seconded
Is
by
there-
Councilmember Dieguez.
Is there still an opportunity for discussion, or has that been closed?
Yeah, if you want to continue to discuss, Councilman Fernandez, go ahead.
My only question is, what is the consequence of this rule? Are they, if they don't provide their name and address, are they not allowed to speak? Are they ejected from council chambers? What is the consequence? If we have a rule, we need a consequence.
Through the chair to the attorney, would you like to provide clarification? I would imagine we cannot eject them from chambers without being unruly, and violating that other part of the quorum. But I would imagine that therefore they would not be able to address the body without complying with, again, this reasonable time, place, and manner restriction.
As a council, you all can have reasonable rules to provide a person with an opportunity to speak. The statute is kind of clear as to what you need to require. Before you make a decision on any legislation, you have to provide a person a time to be able to speak and give you their opinion. That can be restricted in time. You can have your own rules as to how they approach the podium. You can require them to fill out a card if you'd like. You need to be consistent. Reason being is that while the statute says reasonableness, you also have this thing called the First Amendment. So going to your point, yes, time, place, and manner can be somewhat regulated. You need to be careful. Obviously, if the person has real reasons why not to provide that information, then you need to evaluate that at that time and how you're going to handle that. But I think as a body, you've always done that.
Yeah, and just,
Lorenzo.
I've supported in the past, the mayor's item to remove the requirement to fill out public comment cards. I think he had good reason there. I just, for the same reason, and I understand where he's coming from, I just really do think that this is something that we should require, because again, we, as listeners, it helps us identify who our individuals are. And again, we're not denying anyone the ability to speak. We're just saying that you have to put on the record what is already publicly available, unless state law already gives you the ability to exempt out of that. So there's nothing crazy that we are requiring by doing this. And again, it's, as the attorney just stated, it's really going to be about the, how it is applied.
Lorenzo, just a question. So if someone walks into town hall, just say they're from New York City, and they walk in and they say, hey, I want all of the town attorney's emails from X date to X date. It's illegal for us to ask them for their name or an address to even give them that information, right?
That's a separate body of law. That's Chapter 119.
That's I get it, but it's illegal
you're
for us
right.
to ask for their name and address, right?
Yes, if if those emails are a public record and they request them, then you have to provide them. Not all emails that
No, it's not about
is-
provide. I get it, but I'm saying that individual, it is illegal for us to ask them their name and address without them providing it. Is it?
You're not supposed to ask them for their name and address or require that they give you their name and address if they're making a public record request.
Okay, just.
It doesn't even have to be in writing.
No, I know it could be verbal. It's happened. We got sued because of that. So I just want to put that on the record. So I
Lesson
thought that-
learned.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Clerk,
So we're back to the amendment.
the amendment, right?
Motion to, let me more or less, and you correct me, Councilwoman Ruano, this is your amendment. Motion to respectfully request speakers to state their name and address for the record when they approach, when they want to speak to elected officials. It could be online, it could be on phone, it could be here on the podium. And at the same time, this amendment includes strike all the motion from Mayor Sid. Is that correct? Okay, and it was seconded by Councilmember Dieguez.
Through the
So
chair.
you're voting on this amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Again, I think there's ambiguity there. Respectfully request and require, I think, are two different things.
Okay.
Respectfully request is what we do now. Require would be above and beyond that.
Okay, I take
So-
that back. I think I added that language. Councilwoman Ruano, please clarify.
I have no qualms about respectfully requesting or requiring. If this body would like us to respectfully request, I'm okay with that. What I don't want is to remove the requirement where anyone can come and stand at the podium and not say a word and just start speaking to us. So I would use the language require, but
Okay.
respectfully request, I think, is a softer version that maybe more council members would feel comfortable with. Either way, I just don't want to remove what we do now.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may have one more point to make, which I would need the town attorney.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The county commission, the last time I went there, required that I check in and that I go ahead and fill out a comment card before I could address that body, even though I was an elected official and everything else. They still enforce that rule, correct?
They do.
Now, in your experience, if you know, obviously if you don't worry about answering, but what's the consequence there if they don't fill out the comment card?
What I have witnessed is that they don't allow the person to speak.
Again, thank you.
And further, if you do
Yeah,
speak without a comment card, you are
respect-
escorted to the table and required to fill out the card after you speak.
All right, Gina, please call the roll. We've discussed this. I think everybody knows where they stand on this vote.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The amendment passes.
All right, moving on to item 14E, federal funding priority. Councilmember Dieguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I'll be quick. This item was intended to be discussed concurrently with Councilmember Fernandez's plan for the park. I know that the last meeting he mentioned he was going to be bringing an item tonight for us to discuss a final proposed design. So I was intending to discuss this in tandem with that, but I think I've heard enough, and I think we've all got a good idea of what the costs are that I feel comfortable proceeding. And so my motion is going to be that we include as part of our federal lobbying package for this upcoming year, funding for the Miami Lakes Optimus Park improvements, not to exceed about $6 million. Based on my conversations with the manager and staff, I think that's a reasonable request. I think that'll encompass whether it's Councilwoman Ruano's preference for Plan 1, or at least give us substantial headway on phasing in option 3. I think that's a good number between the two possible designs, and we will probably go in that direction. And I think that in keeping with the promise I made to residents, that if the item did not pass, I would continue to pursue other ways to make these improvements and perhaps push a bit further than we already did with our intergovernmental partners to get funding for the park. And so that's in that spirit. That's the background on this item, and that is the motion.
I second that.
I will second.
Discussion.
Vice Mayor, I just want to make
Mayor, you're recognized.
I want to make a motion to make an amendment to make this also a county funding priority. While the federal government maybe has had a history of funding parks, the county definitely has had a history of doing that. Just last year, to his credit, Commission Chair Pepe Diaz, I know he secured funding millions of dollars for parks expansion and restructuring in the city of Sweetwater, not UMSA, but in an actual municipality. So the county just last year did this. So I want to make a motion to add it as a funding priority for Miami-Dade County.
Gotcha.
I'm going to second it.
We'll have a second by Councilmember Dieguez.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, though, that obviously for the benefit of the residents, obviously, because we all know this, we don't have a county lobbyist right now, but I completely agree with the mayor that the county moved heaven and earth to, I think it was provide $2 million worth of park money, and so I'm sure if we work, with specifically the mayor as our intergovernmental relations head, but also as a group, to go ahead and work the current chairman and other members of the commission, maybe we can get that done. I think this is great. Again, we're all trying to keep our commitment to our residents and trying to get something done at the park. So I think this is a great amendment to include to my item.
All right, so what we have is to seek $6 million from, or request $6 million of appropriation for the federal government, and Mayor Stitt also included to seek additional funding, if possibly, at the county level.
Correct. We would have to take up his first and then on the final item.
Okay.
Right. I'd also like to put on the record, just for the benefit of Councilman Dieguez and anybody else that might be listening, when I saw that Councilmember Collazo requested a sunshine meeting for the 27th of February, I withheld releasing my plan during this council meeting because I thought it would be a discussion better saved for that sunshine meeting. So that's why you don't have that before you today.
All right, so item as presented as amended, right?
We haven't voted yet on the amendment.
You haven't voted on the amendment yet.
Vice Mayor, may I?
Councilmember Garcia.
I want to thank Councilmember Dieguez for bringing this up. I know that we all have pledged to solve this issue. I know my first meeting, my special call, we brought that up to ask the staff to look at all funding from everywhere, P3 is included. So this is in that vein, and I know that we're looking now at trying to get this, getting it done in maybe in sections, right? Getting it done. So just to clarify, $6 million from federal, county, P3s, and then are we matching that 6? Are we coming up with that 6 ourselves? It's just $6 million total? That's the total. I just want to be a little, clarify for the residents what the final price will be and what we're looking at here.
Through the chair to my colleague, federal funding works a lot differently than some other state programs. Just like we didn't have to come up with a match specifically on 59th Avenue, we wouldn't have to do that at the way I envisioned it under this plan, because it would be under the same program as 59th Avenue, the money that we just got thanks to Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart and our lobbying team.
So just to clarify for the residents, you're saying $6 million is where we're headed, and we feel we can do
$6 million is one pot of money that we're trying to get based on conversations that I've had with the manager and others about what they feel is a reasonable request. Again, I think that'll get us, whether we pursue a phased-in approach or whether there are enough votes to go with a more bare bones improvement. Okay. That'll cover a good chunk of it.
Yeah. So right. To clarify, it's first steps, right? We're gonna get
this is not a silver bullet to end all be all. Yeah. But I think this is based on the numbers that I've looked at least, with respect to what's passed to Congress in terms of funding requests, for what I'm terming a more of a water quality improvement project. I think this is reasonable, but again, yes, it is a first step. It is not, going to be the end all be all. We are not picking a design. I just want to be clear on that too. We haven't had that discussion, but I think this will at least put us in the right posture because we do have a deadline that we have to get our funding request into the federal government by, and it's in the spring. So just to kind of get ahead of that, it's giving the manager authorization to start working on putting that request into the pipeline.
Absolutely support that, yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Dieguez Garcia. Gina, are we ready to call this into a vote as amended?
Yes, the amendment
the first. Right, the first
which
amendment.
Is Mayor Stitt's amendment, which was seconded by Councilmember Dieguez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very well. Then the main motion as amended All in favor?
Aye.
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 Very well.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, before we leave this topic, and Councilmember Fernandez brought up the Sunshine meeting that was requested for February 27th. At that Sunshine meeting, there's going to be the town participation, state participation. I know Representative Fabricio is going to be here. There's going to be school board participation, and I believe we also got confirmation that there's going to be some level of county participation, which should be the four main players in the discussion of MLOP. We also have in March, that's going to come before you, is the carry forward amendment. I know that there has been some discussion about using a significant portion of the carry forward amendment towards some level of a step one or a phase one at MLOP. So what I am respectfully requesting is that this council consider developing and scheduling a workshop for some day between the February 27th meeting and the March council meeting so that we can discuss the outcome of the Sunshine meeting on the 27th and what all the different partners have decided that they are going to do or not going to do or willing to do or not willing to do, and also some level of discussion on how much of the carry forward you want to dedicate towards a phase one at the park. So I'd like to have that sometime between the 27th and the March meeting, either the week of the 6th, of March the 6th, or there's a few days at the end of the week of the February 27th. But if you at least approve and concept the workshop, then the clerk's office can work with all of your schedules to schedule. But that's probably one that will require as much participation from the council as possible so that when we get to March the 6th and start to discuss the carry forward, it's a fruitful conversation and all of you can make a more informed decision on how to disperse those carry forward dollars.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, so in my opinion, I think that this body has to decide, are we going with the design of MLOP? And that we haven't discussed at all. So it's like we're kind of putting the cart before the horse and we're going to discuss, but does this body, you know, we don't know where everyone stands. I know where I stand from the design, but I'm not sure if all my colleagues stand or we'll have the votes. But before we do that, and I don't know if you want to do a quick special call meeting, but we need to call a vote if like we're in for the design or we're not. In my opinion, a lot of work has been done already for this design, and if we decide to do this in phases, like we said, where we focus maybe, again, my opinion, we focus first on the 30% of the land that belongs to the town of Miami Lakes, and then we build from there, whether it's through federal funding alternatives, whether it's carry forward. But before all that, are we all in for the design that was presented to us? And we need to vote on that as a body,
right,
before we move forward.
I 100% concur with you, and that was going to be one of the topics of discussion that I would want to have this council take up at that workshop. So I believe that that is a threshold decision that this council has to take is, are we going path A, path B, and then we can, if we decide whatever design we're going, that's got to be the number one decision that this council takes, so that then we can start to work on how we're going to accomplish it, whether it be steps or phases or what have you. So I agree. So that was one of the main topics of discussion we were going to present. Staff has been working behind the scenes on developing a phased-in approach, which was something that this council has spoken that they were wanted to consider. So we have been working with our engineers. We've been trying to develop how can we do this on a step-by-step, something that's spread out over several years. So we would be ready at that workshop to discuss this design and any alternative designs that the council wanted to proffer, and then we can start to develop the phased-in approach step by step. And I think it's important, let me just get this off my chest. I believe that it's important that before we take a single step, before this council takes a single decision on spending money, that the full series of steps, the full series of phases are decided on. I believe that that's important so that we know what's step 2 that comes after step 1 and step 3, and that we have a vision, we have a roadmap of how to get to the promised land.
Councilmember Collazo, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. And I was following along in the back room, and I think Councilman Garcia brought up some very relevant points, which is actually nothing that we contemplated with regards how do we got to the initial design. With regards to the initial design, we never thought of budget. We said, tell me what the ideal park is going to look like. Spoken hub, all the amenities, and we never talked about how much it was going to cost. We got ambitious. We said, let's go for everything we think the people are going to vote for. We seriously miscalculated. So this design, in its current form, is still at a minimum a $19.5 million design. At a minimum, a $19.5 million design. We're going to chunk it out. We're going to get $6 million here, another $6 million there. But at a minimum, a $19.5 million design, which is not going to be turned over in 365 days. When I went through my walkthrough, what I saw was challenges with that. Challenges inherently in the process on how we got to that design. So when we were going through our walkthrough, I think Councilwoman Morano was there and former Vice Mayor Jeff, one of the things that came up was, why do we need to do away with the existing fields? Why do we need to do away completely with the infrastructure? Can we work with some of the bones that are there, increase capacity, maybe not go after the bells and whistles? And there were some modifications to that design that we discussed. Instead of having a collegiate field, maybe we make 4 different fields. So that brainstorming session is, I think, the process that we must address, that we must come to a head. Now, how we get there is very, very clumsy because everybody's working under different premises. And I, too, am eagerly looking for forward to that sunshine meeting. Because once we have all the players at the table, right, then we can start crafting this. But being budget conscious, we should have learned our lesson from the past. When we have no regard for the budget, what are we going to do? We're going to probably have a park that's going to be in disrepair and going to be in continuous improvement for years. We know how much we're going to bring year over year into this process. It's probably $1 million plus, maybe $2 million some years. If we know we need to get to 19.5 million and we're only coming up with 6 million from the federal government, we need to come up with another 13 million. It's going to take us another 7 years. Are we committed to this project for putting on the 7 years? Are we committed to not taking out a vote of the people, right, and taking a loan as a board? That's another option, right? It's a board that I know is politically unsavory for any of us, right, especially the newly electeds, right? You don't want to go back in front of you for re-election saying, hey, I took out a $10 million bond or loan to make this project come to fruition. But those are the tough discussions we have, because if not, we're going to drive Jeremy, we're going to drive the mayor, we're going to drive everybody crazy. We're going to drive the community, we're going to drive the Optimist Park. So when we have that meeting, let's look at all of this. Let's look at budget. Where's the money going to come from? What's the timetable look like? What's the JUA going to look like? Right? Because I think that this is now getting into those waters where we need to, and I don't want to say it because I know how much hard work went into that JUA, but that JUA may need to be tweaked again. So it's going to be a fruitful discussion. I think it's going to be a healthy workshop. I think we all need to reach some type of consensus where we're at. But those are all the moving parts that make this so much more difficult. And I think that's, you kind of inspired my comments because you say, okay, so 6 million, and where's the rest of the money coming from? And where's the rest of the, because if we stick with this current design, it's still a $19.5 million project that we just don't have the money for right now. So we need to come up with that as part of the discussion.
Mr. Vice
Thank you, Councilmember Collazo. Councilmember Garcia.
I think we owe the residents a decision, right? And how we're going to pay for it and a timeline. So I am all for the meeting that, the sunshine meeting that Councilman Fernandez is doing, and then doing a workshop after, once we know where the money's going to come from, and then decide on a plan. And honestly, we need to decide and go, but the number one thing is the feedback of the residents. So that sunshine meeting, we should encourage, residents, and we should encourage their feedback and not make any final decision without their feedback and then go from there. But we owe them for us to make a choice, right?
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. I think we voted on 14E, correct? And then the manager threw us off.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now all I'm recommending is
banned
that you
from speaking.
consider a workshop for either the week of February 27th or the week of March the 6th.
I'll move the workshop.
I respectfully,
Yeah,
second
I-
it for
let-
discussion, but I want to put my thoughts on the record.
I'd like to make a motion to have a workshop on the Optimus Park.
I will second it for discussion. My discussion is just, I think we have workshopped this to death. I think we just need to have a meeting and just decide. We know what the 4 options are that staff presented, and I think to the extent that there are going to be modifications of that, they're going to be still working off of the blueprints that currently exist. I don't think a workshop is really going to do much. I think we just, again, we're at the point where we just got to make a decision. I would rather a special call meeting as opposed to a workshop where that's the only item that we permit on the agenda. And we even if it takes us 4 hours just in that one topic or 6 hours, we just spend it making a decision on that. We have literally workshopped this multiple times, P3s, designs, you name it. I just think we just need to make a decision.
I agree, Councilman Dieguez. I think we have beat this as much as we can, and I know where I stand. I think Councilmember Collazo knows where he stands, and some other of my colleagues. So we're gonna discuss this again. We know that we don't all see eye to eye on the same thing, and I think we need to make a decision so at least we can have direction to move forward, whether it's a 5-year project, whether it's a 7-year project, whether it's, revisit the joint usage agreement. But I agree. We have discussed this a ton of times, and this is not one that we all are completely in sync, right? So I agree with you. I think we have to have a special call and call this to a vote and see what comes out of it.
Yeah, I agree. I just would recommend that it be between that February 27th meeting and the March council meeting, somewhere in that time frame, so we can allocate carry forward monies if you so choose to do so. But you have some decisions made through your special call meeting, so that in the March meeting, you have already a game plan for how to allocate the carry forward.
Let me ask you a question, and maybe a legal question. For this special call meeting, to put how you present the item, can this be like a multiple choice, right? Can it be the four different versions that we saw, the 4 different designs? Can like a multiple choice? Can the 5th option be redesign or keep as is and phase? Like, what is the most simplistic way that we can vote on it to not be here for 4 hours discussing it? Because, and I'm with you, Councilman Dieguez. Like, what is the simplest way? I mean, it's not a joke. Can this be like a multiple choice, options that we all can vote on or not? What's the simplest way to vote on this? How would it be presented to us? I guess that's my question, and I'm asking what's the most simplistic way for it to be asked for us to vote on it?
That you just got to give direction to the manager, give us options of the following type, and then at your meeting, you're going to have to beat it up.
There was an option.
I hope I'm answering your question.
I'll defer to my colleague, Councilman Collazo. I just really would hate to sit through another workshop because we can't take decisions at workshops. So I would rather just a prolonged council meeting that we just hammer all this out.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. I thought he asked about a special call.
No,
that's what I understood.
The reason there was an option that we discussed for the very first time, which was a tweak or a variation of the current design, right? The reason that came forward, because certain premises started changing. How can we keep the current infrastructure and add baseball fields to it? Councilwoman Morano was there. There was a representative from the press. The former vice mayor was there. And we started talking. We said, oh, well, maybe if we do this or we reposition that. That design has never been contemplated. It's a work that staff has been assigned to, and it may come forward to us in a future date. but it's not a large deviation from the current design. It was actually inspired from the current design. It really involves removing some of the baseball fields, some of the large field, and inverting some of the others. Because that is a new design, because that's a new approach, it may give the town the opportunity to bring in a phased approach. And that's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, that what your staff is working towards.
Yes, we have developed already, it's not, the ink isn't dry on it, but we have developed the beginnings of a plan with the existing design of how to do a phased-in approach. Now, the tweak that you are talking about, if we do the tweak of just the large field for some combination of a series of smaller fields, that would probably not deviate or change our plan very much. If we go to a completely different design, for instance, keeping the existing fields and doing something with drainage and keeping the fields facing from the outside, facing in, now that would be something that we would probably have to go and do a little more engineering with our consultants. The one thing I will want everybody to keep in mind, the caveat, is that any change of the design, we have to go back, because that was an exhibit to the JUA. The approved design, which, you know, somebody mentioned earlier that we did not have an approved design. We did. This council adopted a design. It was incorporated and embedded into the JUA. It was adopted by the school board. There was a design. If that design is to be changed, then the JUA needs to be renegotiated with the school board.
And that is the major challenge here, and why it's almost not taking it back to square one, but anything other than the original design makes everything moot. And that's the hardship, because as when we start bringing in federal partners, when we start bringing in school board partners, when we start bringing in every other partner to the table, say, okay, well, we have this tweak or we have that tweak, there's gonna be modifications to that design. They don't have to be wholesale modifications, just this little tweak. When Councilwoman Morano and Vice Mayor and myself were out there saying, well, what if we structure it this way? Wouldn't it be better? Don't we add capacity? Just that right there kicks the legs out of the JUA and basically has us going completely back to square one. And that's what makes this difficult. That's why I started my comments, that I believed the fatal flaw in this was that we started with zero budget. Because we said, put whatever you want out there, and now we will come up with the number after the fact, we put the cart before the horse. And that's what created the fatal flaw that I think undermined the park. I think everybody on this dais agrees that something needs to be done. The people spoke that it can't be done for 19.5 million reasons. And that's the challenge we have. We need to do something, and it can't be for 19.5 million reasons, at least all at once. So that's why I think everything needs to be back on the table. Or we're going to continue this circular argument that the Vice Mayor is saying, and we're going to continue to beat our heads of why we're not solving the problem.
Mr. Vice Mayor, for me, just as a follow-up.
Yeah, we'll close with you, Councilman Dieguez, and then let's keep the items moving, please.
Yeah, I just, to respond to one of my best friends, as he knows, you know, the council member, even if we were to have to take this back to phase one and get additional engineering done, I guess my question then becomes, through the chair to the manager, would you need council authorization to expend funds, right? Or has that already been given? Is that already in your authority?
The tweak that council member,
but to move money out of the accounts or line items, I understand.
Yeah, the tweak that council member Collazo mentioned, which was part of the discussion during the field visit out there, the site visit, was to just take the big collegiate field and do away with that big collegiate field and, you know, divvy it up into 3 or 4 smaller fields within that same footprint. The rest of the design was essentially staying the same. That was an easy fix. We had a telephone conversation with our engineers. They've already developed that rendering of what it would look like. That's
okay,
done.
So they have that.
Yes. So right now there is the original design, and the original design only taking the big collegiate field and splitting it up into 4 smaller fields. The rest of the design remains intact.
And
So we've done that already. We have that as for, and that's why I say we kind of started
if
started
we went,
to develop that.
If we went with that design, hypothetically, right, would that require an authorization to expend funds to redo the engineering side of all that? Or, I guess what I'm trying to say, again, going back to my original position, which is that whether we follow that process or go in that direction with that design, there's still going to be some kind of council action I'm pretty sure that you'll need. So I would rather have a setting in which, if we are going to do a workshop, then at least there be a special call meeting, at least scheduled, even if we don't go through with it.
No,
So-
I think your idea was, my idea was flawed. Yours was better.
It's not.
Do a
it's not-
special call meeting, because I agree with you, cut to the chase, even if it takes 4 hours, 5 hours, but you come out of there, and if at the end you have no decisions to make, so be it, but you have the venue to make decisions if you so choose.
But I guess, again, but to close this and for us not to beat a dead horse here, council member, would you be fine with a special call meeting, or would you prefer your original request for a workshop?
No, I want to move something forward. I want to move something forward, but at the same time, if we're talking about moving forward and we know that the budget was the issue, I also wanted to move it forward with a working budget. And that might mean that we might not have a $19.5 million design. And if we need to retweak that design, I still want it to be part of the action that we're taking. It might be another option. If we're married to the design, we're married to the dollar. And that's what I heard resoundingly from the residents, that maybe 19.5 is too much. So we're trying to figure out, well, how can we fit $19.5 million design into this? Let's truncate it into smaller parts. Let's pay as you go. Let's get $6 million from the federal government. Let's see how we can get closer to that design. If we can't get, right, and we saw what we had to go through with 59th Avenue, basically a Hail Mary bailing us out, right? If we have to go through that same process, I don't want a bailout. I want to try to get there with an actual action plan that's something that's workable, that we can work towards. And if that means, look, we have $12 million that we can account for over the next 5 years. Let's make that investment. Let's make the $12 million investment and pull the trigger on it and go, but it might not look the way it looks now.
What I think I'm going to do then is I'll support your motion to schedule a workshop. And once we have scheduled a date for that workshop, I will also, ask the clerk to circulate a special call request, and I will include as part of my 3 items there those items you talked about: the design, the budget, and then next steps, if you will. And I guess the scheduling, which I think we've done in the past, is you can also have the time to be immediately following X event. So that would be the workshop in this case. But I just don't want us to miss. Or to, and like you said, you want to move forward as well on something, but the workshop, as you know, is not a forum for us to take a decision. And so I would rather, again, no matter how long it takes, whether it's a workshop that we discuss it in, then we immediately meet right afterward to take votes, I'm fine with that. And I think that's the direction I'll go in. I'll support your item and then just have a circulated special call request through the clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Moving on to item 14F, council meeting broadcasting equipment.
So-
Mayor Sid, do we have
Just to
to?
make sure, the motion of Councilmember Collazo to have this workshop.
Oh, I
All
apologize.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, item 14F, Mayor Sid, council meeting broadcasting equipment.
I'd like to make a motion for the town clerk to begin researching options regarding upgrading the 10-year-old broadcasting equipment in the town chambers and reporting back to the council.
I'll second the item.
Second, yeah.
Second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item 14G, accessibility on Montrose, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. As you know, you were a big proponent of the crosswalk that exists there on 82nd Avenue across or connecting Veterans Park to the Miami Lake Section 1 Special Taxing District area. And Mr. Vice Mayor, I have to stop you 1 second. Mr. Vice Mayor, Carlos. Sorry, if you leave, we're going to lose quorum.
No, but what he's saying is there's no four. I think we have to
Yeah,
wait.
of the 4 people that have to
Bathroom breaks
remain up
are
here.
only one at a time. we got to get one of those bathroom hall passes that we used to use in elementary school.
I'm sorry, man. I'll promise I'll be quick. But I'll be quick. So just in essence, while I was out there early voting, there was a resident that's wheelchair bound that said that at that crosswalk that you sponsored, she has a hard time sometimes accessing the lights because she's paraplegic and you know, it just there's a curb there that pushes her further away from the button that she's having a hard time accessing. She wants us to make improvements to that, so I just want that to be something that the town manager would address and then make that a priority item for us to address in this budget year.
Yeah, I support that. I second that. Discussion?
Yes.
Mayor Sid, floor is yours.
100% in favor of this item. If we can do it for Montrose and Fairway, just have the automatic, have it automatic when folks cross, because I've seen way too many people use the crosswalk and they think it's automatic, and you see them cross and people beeping them and stuff because they forget to press the button, because a lot of places now have them as automatic. So I'm full in favor of it, and I think if we can get to the point that it's automatic, it makes immense sense and it helps everybody out.
Okay. Councilman Diaz, so you're good with incorporating Fairway too?
Yeah.
All right. Call the roll? No? Or
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. Item 14H, virtual reality headset. Mayor Sid.
I just want to direct staff to begin acquiring one Oculus, which is relatively cheap, that they can use, that committees can use. There's 1,000 utilizations. Our Elderly Affairs Committee would truly enjoy something like this, and definitely our youth activities, and especially our building department, public safety. There's already cities using Oculuses to train first responders, and there's a lot of utilization, but for $300, I think it's a great investment. I know Hemang is there. I would love for him to say a few words if needed, because I know he's worked hard in looking into some of the burgeoning technologies that can help, but at $300, I think it makes sense. So just want to make a motion that the manager utilizes his discretion to buy, his budgetary discretion to buy one Oculus for town staff, our committees, for everybody to use and explore these types of technologies and how they can continue helping our town.
Yes, go ahead, Herman, you're recognized.
Okay. Herman, Chief Innovation and Technology Officer for the Taramayo Lakes. I agree with Mayor. It's a small investment. It helps us to better understand the technology and help us prepare for something that it promised to be a game changer. It's still very fragmented, a lot of volatility risk, but I think it's a small risk for us to invest a little money. Just innovation has a price, so it could be good, it could be.
Thank you, Herman, for that feedback. Councilman Dieguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilmember Collazo. I just wanted to state, I agree with you. It's not an expensive proposition. It's very cheap. But I also have to balance that regardless with, the other technological advances that we should be pursuing, or at least in my view, I feel we should be giving priority to. I think what we've just seen, all the commotion around ChatGPT and everything else, and the potential for artificial intelligence technology and using that to realize efficiencies here at Town Hall, I personally, again, I think that we should head more in that direction, put more emphasis there. I think this is not a bad idea, but I just don't see too many Miami Lakers in $350 headsets, at least not a wide group of them joining in on these things. I mean, as it is, even with our remote public comments, we've seen a strong drop-off. And I just, again, I would rather try and put more time and effort in AI technology and where we can realize efficiencies for all of you as staff that would take some of the more clerical, mundane aspects of your job away so you can focus on the substance of it. So I respect the spirit of the item, but I just can't support it.
So part of the conversation has been around AI. Hemang and I have been in different meetings, and it was with a group that utilizes the Oculus and talking about utilizing AI for a virtual permit clerk that can help our staff and all that. But that's definitely really, really expensive. So I'll be more than happy to have a sunshine meeting with you and walk you through some of those technologies and the utilization.
I would be
But-
happy to.
We need a
just to-
second. We need a second for this motion.
Oh,
I
so
know
there was
you
no
had-
second.
We went straight into discussion without a
Right,
second for the
just to
motion.
make
Is there a
sure.
second
I'll
for the
second.
motion?
I'll
There's a
second
second
the
for the
mayor's
motion. I'll recognize Councilman Garcia.
Thank you very much. This town's always been ahead of its time when it comes to, I remember people saying streaming, why would we stream meetings on YouTube? Or why would we stream anything live 10, 15, 20 years ago? Zoom, why would we put our meetings on Zoom? And then during the pandemic, other towns all over the country followed our model. Now the question is, again, why are we gonna do VR? Because the youth of our town in schools, this would be a great teaching moment for them. And honestly, the $350 for the benefit, VR is, but right now we don't see it, but we didn't see Zoom either. We didn't see streaming. We didn't see YouTube. We didn't see what we're using now. So this is just a way of getting ahead of the game like we always have as this town for a minimal investment that's gonna not only, I understand maybe senior citizens won't use it, but their nephews and nieces will, and their students around our schools will take advantage of this, and this could be a learning opportunity. And again, we're gonna be ahead of the game. We've always been. It's a minor investment. I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia. Any other comments? Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you. I just want to restate my comments. When this originally came up, I expressed the fact that I was not in favor of a virtual world. I like my constituents to come to town hall. I like to see them. I like them to give me their name and address so that I know who they are. I'm not in favor of this virtual aspect where we continue to disconnect with one another. I like, the aspect that a small town feel where we have, activities where we engage with one another. So just like I will, stress to the children that coming here and speaking on the podium is a good thing and interacting with people is a good thing, I think this takes us in a whole other direction where people that are, sometimes socially awkward or nervous or whatnot continue to stay in their bubble and don't get out of their shell. So as the mom of a 21-year-old that is a gamer, and I'm constantly pushing him outside, this is something that goes against everything that I believe in, so I can't support it. But thank you, Germán.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. Any other comments? Councilman Fernandez, I don't see you on the screen, but I do want to give you the opportunity. I know you're the technology person. If you have any
No.
comments.
He left us.
Okay, I will give you some of my comments. I don't see there being any issue with this technology be purchased if it's something that staff, and to be quite honest with you, I think the manager has full discretion if this is a tool that staff can use, if staff can implement, if there's value in it. I think it's being brought back to us because it was an item that the mayor had proposed with regards to exploring this concept, right? And I think the mayor brought forward some very good ideas or uses, but I have not had one resident say, I need this platform, or I want to communicate on this platform. But if this is an instrument that your communications department needs, or that your clerk's office needs, or that the building department needs, I think there's full discretion within the town administration to buy it, just like they would a laptop, a cell phone, or anything else that gives you a tool to implement. So because that hasn't really been defined to me how it's going to be used, other than I remember when we bought those Google glasses. I don't know if you remember. Were you here in mine when
I heard about those.
You heard about them. I don't know how they were ever deployed, other than, hey, this would be a cool tool to have, right? I'm willing to pitch in the money to buy the headset so you guys can do it, but I still haven't heard a compelling reason that, what's the public purpose of this, other than let's explore this a little bit. And I just went to the store. They're $349. They're already on version 2. I remember 2 Christmases ago, it was version 1. So by the time we actually get the use and get the people that are using it, wanting to use it and engage with it, we're going to be on an outdated version or version 4, and it's going to be obsolete. So what I'd really like to do is have this come back from staff. If this is really something that the committees are asking for, is this really something that the staff is going to utilize? And I think you have full autonomy to invest in that if that's something that you can use for your staff.
Yeah, I mean, we do, especially for this dollar amount. It's not a big hit, right? The only reason it's before you is because the decision that the council made several meetings ago was to explore this virtual reality world, but at no additional cost. That was a caveat. So that's why we did not have the authority to move forward in this realm without council approval.
Correct. And if, again, I think if there's an opportunity for you to use it among your staff, and it's something that you can find value in it, and there's a compelling reason by staff, you have full autonomy to purchase that. The zero budget was really the fact that we didn't want to go down a rabbit's hole to develop something that not a lot of residents are clamoring for, at least to me, right? And I have a very small footprint here. I'm sure the mayor has a much broader extent, to the point where I'm willing to finance the Oculus 2 for you, you know, so we don't go down this rabbit hole like we did with the Google glasses, and then we really don't leverage that technology to its full potential. So if there's a compelling reason by staff, I haven't heard it. I haven't heard any of the committee chairs come forward. Haven't heard any of the town administration say that this is a tool that we need. And if it's something that you need to do your job or to explore your job, you make the case and it's yours. You know, so I think you have that purview under your auspice, Mr. Manager. I'm not going to support it as it is right now, and if staff can make a compelling case that it's a tool within their arsenal to support, I have no problem you purchasing, because it is pennies, literally, in our budget.
Through the chair, may I just say one final? Sure. Thank you so much. I know that architects all over the world, building departments all over the cities are using virtual reality to help them, especially with plans, and just put themselves in the plans. Now, I know we're not doing it now, but this is a trend that is growing, and again, we want to be ahead of the game here. It's a minor investment. And, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, again, we'll be first, and everybody will be doing it, and we'll be like, what, we had the opportunity. So it's being used. There's going to be efficiencies there. Putting yourself in the environment and instead of looking at a sheet of paper or a screen sometimes helps with visualization. So I'll be voting yes on the item.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll for the votes?
Councilmember Goyaso.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Absolutely.
But the motion fails. Well, it's a tie, right? It fails. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 14I, Mayor Sid.
Was the waiver already approved earlier on, or I need to waive the rules on that as well?
We need a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the waiver.
Second.
For both of the items?
For both items.
Okay.
Second.
Aye.
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just want to make a motion to direct staff to see if there's any partners that they could find in the private sector, like FPL or any other companies that I know FPL would definitely be interested, that we can work with to install solar panels over the basketball courts at Miami Lakes Optimist.
I'll second the item.
Discussion? No discussion?
I do.
Real quick.
Councilman Goyaso, then Councilwoman Ruano.
Great. As part of, and thank you so much for bringing this project forward, Mayor, and as you may have already been informed either by the school board member or by staff, the school board member is taking on the Airnasium as one of the projects that he believes can be one of the deliverables that he can find funding for in the park improvements. So as long as the school board is one of those partners, obviously, that we'd have to put these solar panels on, or I'd hate for this to be the deal breaker, so to speak, if the school board is putting in the Airnasium component. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion when staff reaches out to the solar panel company or whoever, that we're keeping the school board member who's trying to actively look for funding for their Airnasium as part of the discussion. That's all.
Vice Mayor, may I? Yeah. Thank you. I had a question for the mayor. In this FPL pursuit, would that include the structure for the Airnasium, or just the solar panels?
Yes.
It includes the structure?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Just really quick, anything that's going to bring more solar. I read the article, 30% of this park electrical needs are being met by solar, and if FPL is going to pay for it, and we can enhance it, absolutely. It's part of our just sustainability plan. I'm all for it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Aye. Item 14J, honoring Councilwoman Dorothy Cook.
I want to make a motion to do a tree planting ceremony in honor of Councilwoman Dorothy Cook at Veterans Park. It was brought to my attention by Felicia Salazar. A lot of the pictures from way back in the days of the Civic Association. She was one of these folks that forever organized the Veterans Committee, the Veterans Parades, a lot of the traditions that we love today. I mean, Dorothy was one of those folks that worked hard to ensure that they were passed on from generation to generation. She served honorably on the Charter Review Committee and on the council, and was always a great and special human being. So I want to just make a motion to do a tree planting ceremony in her honor at Veterans Park.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Garcia. Discussion, all is in favor?
I do want to ask one issue before we vote. I do want to be listed as a co-sponsor to this item for all the reasons that the mayor mentioned, and for all the reasons that were mentioned at the special ceremony for Wayne Slayton in the Mary Collins Center. And I think maybe if you're all in agreement, I would love to see the entire council be listed as co-sponsors on this item.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fine with that.
We're all in agreement. All right.
Noted. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right. Item 15, Mayor, do you have any reports or any reports by the council?
Jeremy?
I did have one that I didn't have a chance to bring up on April 28th. I think it's a Friday. One of the Maritz Acosta and Bertuccio Populo and myself, I'm helping organize this, the first daddy-daughter dance in town history to benefit civics education in our schools via Bertuccio Populo. So they're asking for the use, which is available, of the Roberto Alonso Community Center on that day. It's completely available. So that is my request, and you all know that organization. They do a great job, and I think it's going to be an awesome event. They already have 3 or 4 sponsors, people that have said that they are 100% in. They already have kids from the community that are going to sing, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But I know that they're requesting, if it's okay by the council, to lock in that date for the first Miami Lakes Daddy-Daughter Dance.
I'll second the item.
Well, point of order, and I hate to be that guy, but it's usually me. Through the chair to the parliamentarian, being that, and again, I'm going to support the item eventually, but just to make sure we're in the proper posture here, being that it was not published in the agenda, can we vote on this?
Okay. There's no mayor's report,
What
but
is
we can put it as a new business item, and I mean, we're all in support. I think we're all in support of it, but I don't know if you want it to come like a new business item from the mayor for the March meeting.
But it's not about what I want. It's just about what the rules are.
What the rules
That's
are.
what I'm asking.
I was just looking and editing a letter to our auditors that I had to make. I was not paying attention to what the item is.
So, item 15 has no items on it. Nothing was published there. As the mayor indicated, he was going to wait till the next meeting, but the vice mayor offered him an opportunity to report on anything of interest. The mayor has reported on an item that he would like us to take some action on for April. Right, Mr. Mayor? April 20th?
Yeah, and just to give them clarity, because I know they asked, and the date was finalized, I think today or yesterday, so they had asked for some clarity, because I don't think what they want to happen is that we wait another month, and then somebody picks it up, and then they can't utilize it on that date, and then it takes a long time to coordinate these types of events. So I know that's why they put it out to April.
Yeah, so just in terms of, he made a motion, the Councilmember Collazo seconded it, but again, being that it's not something that was published at all on the agenda, my question is that, defective therefore?
Yeah,
Yes.
Look, if it's not an emergency or something like that, I'd prefer that you put it off, or do a special call for it. But to take action on it right now, what is the nature of the item?
It's to reserve the Roberto Alonso Community Center for a daddy-daughter dance that is going to benefit civics, education in our public schools and our schools in general, put on by high school students in our local schools.
Look,
Can we direct
Yes,
the
yes,
staff
I mean,
to
this is
earmark
not-
that date, to reserve the date, and then we take a formal vote
Yes.
next month when the item is?
Yes, I mean, of course, this is not a major budget item or expenditure or something that's controversial. Look, I get it. Should it have been on the report and everything else? But if someone has a problem with it, we'll take it up. But
Look, again, the odds are low, but again, one thing I do think that we need to do better of as a body is following our rules.
I agree.
And so and again, being that you're the parliamentarian, therefore you're the one that we're relying on, right? If somebody were to be that guy, right, to challenge.
If someone's going to object to the daddy-daughter dance.
Just want to be clear.
If someone's going to object to the
and as a
daddy-daughter
general practice,
So
we
just to be
should.
clear, so since we're being all transparent, and I guess we're gonna look forward to the rules, so I'm guessing we're not gonna take up attorney's reports either today, right? Since there's nothing else on the agenda in regards to
No,
the
it's on
attorney's
there.
report?
The attorney's report is on there.
There
I-
was
attorney's
an-
report
there
is
was an
No, the
item-
attorney's
there
report
was-
is on there, but
In the
there's nothing that's been
agenda,
advertised.
in the agenda at the very end there's a memorandum that the attorneys filed as part of item 17.
Look,
Yeah, it's-
I would not.
But I'm just giving you an example, look, so
I would not take issue
but-
with you hearing something to reserve a room or whatever it is that's going on with a
Then
daddy-daughter
you have answered
dance.
my point of order, but I just want to be clear, though, that obviously, for these small items, sure, but it's a bad habit that we keep, that can filter into more substantive items down the line if we don't become aware of how, we're supposed to function. So, and I know I'm always that guy pushing the law and order
I
and the
just
rules.
object on all
And I'm
this.
going to stay that guy because, that's protecting us long term if we start killing the bad habits earlier on.
I hear you, and on this, yes, I would prefer, I don't disagree with what you're saying, not at all. But I'm not going to have an issue with this one item.
All right, moving right along. Item 16A.
So all in favor, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, aye.
All in favor?
Item 16A, monthly report, MLOP, Jeremy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeremy Bragdon, Director of Parks and Recreation. As we prepare for opening day right now at Optimus, where we have some minor repairs, we've been building mounds, getting ready for the season. We have started lip renovations. Actually, they're going to start this week. We completed tree trimming throughout the park, so that's going to help, or actually might deter some of the players on field 4 that were hitting it into the tree, and it was a ground rule double off the bat. So we got rid of that easy route to getting a double there. Other than that, the only thing I want to bring back on MLOP was 2 council meetings ago, we had our vendor that proposed the lighting of the basketball courts, our basketball provider. Just wanted to update you on that. As of right now, they looked into it further, and the expected levels of what they were pricing themselves at and what actual recreational basketball was at was a higher price tag for them. So right now, they're actually actively looking at potentially resurfacing and starting with the ground level there and what they would want to do there. If there is anything that actually comes to fruition and any changes to the agreement, that would obviously come back before you. But right now, they've kind of deviated from the lighting aspect and are trying to see if they can at least provide some flooring renovations to the courts that they utilize. And that's all I got for you on MLOP.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, real quick, thank you so much. And, I try to compliment you every time that I have the opportunity to, because I think it's understated sometimes in a lot of the stuff that's gone on with MLOP. I've had the opportunity to visit fields throughout the county, in here and abroad, in Broward, a little bit further north. And the green areas, you do an excellent job. And the other day you used a term that really impressed me. You said, I want to take it to another level of service. And you compared them to a very famous theme park here in Florida. And I thought that's exactly what we want. Somebody who takes that badge of honor and really pushes that envelope. With that being said, none of the kids are complaining about the fields. The minor complaints that I give you are small tweaks. We want to continue to support that. We want to continue to give you the opportunity to make those fields better, because those small improvements go a long way and they don't go unnoticed. To the point, and to this point in particular, do you know that this is probably some of the highest enrollments we've gotten, re-enrollments again. So we're not losing kids to other parks. The kids are staying here. The issue that we're having is the issue that you and I have discussed, and we've discussed in that walkthrough, is capacity. And that's really what's driving the conversation when I talk about MLOP and why that design is important to me. I don't want to keep the same capacity. I want to grow the capacity there. The other challenge that I think is very real to me now as an end user, as opposed to maybe how I was maybe a couple years ago before my kids started baseball, is we have a real estate issue. And when we put up those fence lines with a baseball-centric park, we lose a lot of green area that's currently being used for flag football and soccer. So that's why I want to have that discussion with my colleagues, and why I think it's important that everything is on the table, because I've had the opportunity to use that park, to see it, to live it, to breathe it, to the way that you manage and maintain it, that it's a tough nut to crack, because you can't have it all. And I think that's, when I pour my passion into it, it's not to disparage the work that you guys have done or anything that you do to maintain that park. I'm very proud of the work that you do. It's really just trying to come together to make sure that whatever decision we make is the right one. And with you by our side, I think we're going to get there. So I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Item 16B, monthly infrastructure report. Omar Santos.
Good evening, Omar Santos, Public Works Director. I'll highlight a few projects. If there's anything in specific from the list that you want to discuss, just pause me and I'll speak about that. So we have the 154th Street Palmetto Expressway turn lanes. That's in 60% plans development. Hopefully by the end of the month we get those for review within the by staff. The 146th Street Green 2.0. Those are 100% design, have been submitted to DOT for final review, and we're also working with DOT to prepare the construction phase agreement documents. For the stormwater bond projects, the first 5 projects listed, those are either in closeout phase or in construction. 166 being the one in closeout phase, the rest are in construction in West Lakes, except 83rd Place, which was the one that was recently started last week. That's in Royal Oaks West.
Can I pause you real quick on Royal Oaks West? I was copied on an email that was sent regarding a homeowner that was concerned about, I guess, the level of the street versus the level of the approach on some of those projects where they're redone, they repave the street. Is the contractor required to level out to the height of the approach that is existing, or can they change the elevation of the street after they?
In those cases, I believe it's where the root had lifted the approach and the gutter, and to allow for proper flow, we had to readjust the gutter. If it's the project I'm thinking about, the project manager is already working with some of those homeowners.
I know the homeowner reached out to the town, so it might be something that you're already
so
working on.
So we probably are already working with the homeowner to come up with a solution for that location.
Okay. Is that the first time that it happens, or has it happened in other projects?
For this project, yes, because in the past, we weren't making such adjustments due to budget, but now, because of the budget we have, if we get the opportunity to make the adjustment, we do that.
Okay, and in those cases, who is responsible for changing then the approach? Is it something that the town would take on as part of the project, or does that then end up being the homeowner's responsibility?
It depends.
Okay. Okay,
and that's why we discuss it.
It's not an easy answer.
Yeah, we discuss
like,
it with each
and I'll
homeowner.
tell you an example, right? Omar, you tell me when I'm saying something stupid. If the approach is pavers, right, and it's out of whack with the valley gutter and the angle of the street, easy to take out the pavers,
Right.
put them back in, level them off, and then that's easy fix, right? Or if the approach is concrete, they can take us a piece, modify it, and make sure that people don't out of whack with the level of the street. There's some types of driveways, and sometimes the driveway approach is destroyed, right? It's already weathered, it's beat up, and yet they want kind of like a windfall, some people. They want to get a brand new approach when there is no issue with the elevation. The approach is 50 years old, and they still want to get a brand new approach out of it when really it doesn't merit it, right? Because we are keepers of the people's money. We're trying to be making sure that we spend the money appropriately. So those are all the on-site decisions that Omar and his team are having to make out there together in consultation with the homeowners, with the contractors. It's a juggling act, and they do a phenomenal job and making sure that they communicate all that to the residents.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
For the American Rescue Plan Act projects, there's 2 projects that one is in combination with a bond project, which are the Sevilla State 1 and 2. These are the ones on the northwest corner of the community that surrounds Royal Oaks Park. Those are the ones that are closest to entering permitting and will be going to construction right after. And facility projects I would like to highlight is last week we completed the installation of the new AC unit here for the building department, so give props to my facilities crew. And besides that, just we have a quick update of the day-to-day maintenance operations. We did pressure cleaning throughout 154th Street of the sidewalks and some of the gutters, and in addition, some other sidewalk repairs that we have listed there. No other questions?
Councilman Collazo.
Yes, Director Santos, I know that you've gotten, you're basically in that position, less than a year already, and you've already been promoted to town manager within the next few days. I want you to walk me through, what your first day as town manager is going to look like.
Praying that everything goes smooth.
I'm just kidding, man. Just kidding.
Yeah. All right. Well, good evening.
Congratulations on the promotion.
Monthly, item 16C, monthly police report, Major Ruiz.
Good evening, Javi Ruiz, your town commander. In terms of crime, since I didn't give the report in January, last year we ended very good overall for the whole year of 2022, down by 15% Part 1 crime, so that was significantly better than all the other districts in the county, so we did really well there. For the month of January, we did remain down and even across all the categories except for thefts. We did see an increase in thefts from this month to last month, same year to date. Not much in common with the thefts, no common threads or subjects. Most occurred in shopping centers and businesses, so we're identifying peak times for our officers to conduct high visibility patrol in those commercial districts and areas. At this point, I'll touch base on the burglary details that we've been conducting, the burglary and traffic details. We've been doing it now for 4 months, since October 1st through January 31st. We've done, to give you a brief synopsis of our efforts, we've done over 30 vehicle burglary details during that time period. We saw a decrease in October and November of vehicle burglaries by 27%. During the month of December, there was an increase in vehicle burglaries during a 10-day period. We noticed that there was an increase for the month from 14 to 30. Most of those 30 vehicle burglaries, little to no property was taken. As a matter of fact, in a third of them, no property was taken whatsoever. It's just that the persons entered them. In several others, sunglasses were taken, a piece of paper in this one, minor things that were taken in each one. When we conducted our analysis, we noticed that there was a shift in times from times of occurrence from 11 to 3 a.m., now moving a little bit later to 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. So we adjusted our details accordingly, and for the month of January, we saw a decrease in vehicle burglaries by 36% for the month of January. So our efforts, hopefully we can continue to adjust as these things come up. During that time period, we conducted initiatives in Royal Oaks, Loch Lomond, Windmill Gates, Satori, Kingsmore Way, Balgowan Road, Silvercrest Lake Estates, and it's a plethora of different locations that we did the vehicle burglaries at. And in addition to those reductions in crime, we recovered 5 stolen license plates that were recovered after identification by the LPR system during the details. During the hours that we had our officers out there, I think I had a count of about 400 hours. We did not have any vehicle burglaries that occurred during those hours or that were reported to having been occurred during those hours. We made 5 arrests during those vehicle burglaries. One was for a person that was wanted for an occupied burglary, another one that was wanted for aggravated battery, actually 2 for battery, and 2 additional ones for warrants that, a felony warrant and a fugitive warrant. Not only do we emphasize vehicle burglaries during those surveillances and during the traffic details, we're also looking at other targeting, violent crimes and property crimes. And so for the months of October, November, and December, we did see reductions in residential burglaries, auto thefts, and robberies as well. As a matter of fact, we had pretty much our best year ever in terms of robberies last year, so that was really good. It's going to be hard to top that this year. In terms of traffic details, we've conducted traffic details along Fairway Drive, 87th Avenue, Commerce Way, 154th Street, from 67th Avenue to 77th Avenue, also from 82nd to 87th Avenue, Windmill Gate area, along with a couple others. We've done over 19 traffic enforcement details, issued over 215 hazardous and non-hazardous citations, and issued 77 verbal warnings. And in terms of budgetary expenditures, we're almost 26,000 on the vehicle burglaries, and we're close to 20,000 on the traffic enforcement details. So we're rolling right along in terms of the expenditures for those. The only other thing I have, to touch base on LPRs. Back in late November, through word of mouth, we received word that there was a grant available, a possible grant, and just through that word of mouth, our Renee Techno Prisoners Wilson took it, did the research, found out that it was the Tina and Richard V. Corcoran Foundation, applied, did everything that she needed to do, and we were awarded $35,000 as a result of that we are going to be able to utilize towards some of the LPR projects that we have. Our plan is to utilize the majority of those funds to purchase 2 vehicle mobile LPR units. The technology has gotten significantly better on these, and we can actually detach them and reattach them to other vehicles, whereas in the past it was a lot harder to do that. And this will allow, we can assign it to certain individuals to drive through highly trafficked areas, and it will identify the vehicles with stolen tags or wanted individuals while the officer is on the roadway driving up and down. Another use for it is in areas where you have a lot of vehicles, such as residential apartments. The officer will be able to drive up and down And if there's a parked vehicle, apartment complexes, I'm sorry, if there's a vehicle that's, someone stole, but they're parking there or leaving it there, if it's a shopping center, they're leaving it there to see if anybody finds it, or we'll find it, In some cases, we can sit on it. In other cases, we'll just go ahead and recover it. It's going to help during some of our details, our vehicle burglary details as well. We're able to get it in time because we can utilize it sometimes during weekends, especially in the Main Street area, which also is a part of that as well. And some of the funds will also be utilized for one additional fixed LPR, which will be at the intersection of 167th Street and 67th Avenue. We'll have it in that general area, which will help take care of that quadrant. I know that there's something that Jeremy will report on regarding Loch Ness, and so this will actually help that situation in terms of covering that quadrant, and the information that they've obtained they can provide to the HOA, and they can make a decision as to whether to continue that route or not. So with that, I think I've talked enough, so I'll open up for any questions or comments, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, the only thing I wanted to add, the 4 cars that were stolen in my community, all 4, the owners left them open with the keys inside. A Range Rover, a Porsche Cayenne, BMW 7 Series, and a McLaren. They recovered 2 of the 4, I think, right?
They recovered 2, I think 3.
They got the McLaren back?
I think so, or...
There's something going on with the McLaren today.
Yes, there is. There is
okay,
something going on
sorry.
with the McLaren.
I just realized that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so let's...
Vice Mayor, you want to put on some ski mask and we'll...
Yeah, like in the 80s cop films when the detective, they would hand them the stolen vehicle and say, oh, you can use it as your undercover. We're still waiting for that.
The McLaren was stolen at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
The other 3, 8:55 at night. Leave your car locked. Take your keys inside with you. And we also had a gun stolen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Leave your cars locked and take your keys inside.
yeah, unfortunately, when I came on, many moons ago, we'd have things such as an ignition punch where they broke in through the ignition, and that's how they would start it. They would break your steering column and rewire in order to start your vehicle. And now, yes, and with Slim Jims, and now the overwhelming majority of auto thefts are done with the keys being left in the car. And
I would like to also bring to your attention, Major, that I think you should start circulating a sketch of Nicolas Cage as a possible suspect for all these luxury super vehicles. There's a great movie in which he's in called Gone in 60 Seconds. I'm just saying, might be him.
until he drives through the town one day, and then we actually pull him over. Might get sued on that one.
Thank you, Major, for your time. The only thing I want to put on the record is I appreciate you taking the time to walk me through in more detail our efforts with respect to the vehicular burglary detail that we are funding, as well as the traffic enforcement, and the progress that we are making there. And for answering some of my questions, there are some residents, myself included, that have at least heard a lot more activity in the form of sirens going off. And so, that's generated a lot of questions by myself and others, as I mentioned. So you did a good job in assuaging a lot of my concerns there, and looking forward to seeing how else we can continue making you more successful, especially in stopping these vehicular-related, crimes. So thank you so much for all your effort, and please pass along our thanks to your officers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That removable LPR thing, can you attach it to golf carts?
Let me just turn this up.
All right, item 16D, open forum listening sessions. Mr.
Yep.
Peterman.
Yes, sir. This is a recap of the open sessions that we had throughout 2022. There was not a large number of residents that attended. There were actually more elected officials than residents. The last one that we had in November, there were actually 0 residents attended. And in all honesty, in a selfish manner, in order to alleviate a little bit of a burden off my staff, and we believe that the communication between residents and the town, whether it be elected officials, staff, or whatever, is already, there's several lines of communication that exist. We like to recommend that we discontinue these open forum listening sessions because the effectiveness was not what we had hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyways, we're extremely accessible and so is the town staff, so I'm good with your recommendation, Mr. Manager.
Vice Mayor?
To get things rolling, I'll make a motion to adopt the manager's recommendation and stop the list.
I'll second that.
Sessions.
Vice Mayor?
I think it's the mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just want to put on the record that I will be voting no on this. I said it from the beginning. I could have saw this coming a long time ago. I always stated that it should have been with some online, with some virtual Facebook, Instagram. We did it before years ago and it worked out really well. And I know the council at that moment was like, well, let's not go, let's just do it in person. And I was like, person doesn't really work. This is 2023, but that's fine. I'm still no vote, but I do hope if this ever comes up in the future that social media, different avenues are utilized, especially as time goes by and people are busy, they utilize those forms to communicate, and it was successful in the past.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I attended several of those sessions, and I just wanted to thank staff for participating and for being accessible to the residents, for giving great presentations. We really appreciate you staying after hours and taking the time to be available for our residents. So thank you to everyone that participated.
I'm going to echo those comments as well. Thank you for the staff and very well presented presentations, and thank you for giving of your time to us. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 16E, report on LPR for Loch Ness Community, Dieguez and Jeremy.
So, Vice Mayor, before we proceed on that item, all in
gotta
favor?
vote. Oh, sorry. Aye.
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 So, no from
No.
Sid.
One
from
no,
Mayor
Mayor
Sid.
Sid.
2 noes.
Nope.
Two noes, Mayor Sid and Councilman Garcia.
Thank you.
Now we're on to item 16E, report on LPR for Loch Ness Community, Dieguez and Jeremy.
Yep, this is, Jeremy, you chime in if I'm saying something that's incorrect, but there's a follow-up to the item that Councilmember Dieguez brought forward as a request from the HOA or the community in Loch Ness. We did the due diligence. In order to put in an LPR at the entrance to Loch Ness, the upfront capital cost would be in the neighborhood of about $20,000. As the major stated, the closest intersection to Loch Ness, our objective with the LPR network is to capture and protect every entry point to the town. Thankfully, unfortunately, we have a lot of expressways, but thankfully, because of a lot of expressways, we have a limited number of entry points into the town. So it makes it a little easier. So our objective is to build out that network so we could protect all the entry points. The entry point there at the Palmetto and 67th Avenue is soon to be completely built out. That one will be fully protected. So we recommend that we do not take on the burden with tax dollars to protect just the Loch Ness community. What other communities have done, like the neighborhood service districts, have been for them to take that on themselves. An HOA can do that. If they choose to do that, we will work with them make the contact with the vendor, guide them along. We will hold their hand, we will help them do it, but we don't believe that it's prudent to have tax dollars spent to protect just that community. It will open Pandora's box, and we will have all communities looking for the town to do that. And we believe that we accomplished the same thing at a lower cost by protecting the entire networks, in addition to using these mobile LPRs that the Mayor spoke about earlier tonight.
Yeah, and again, I'll take the information to the HOA. It was not the HOA that I spoke to specifically, rather was residents during the campaign knocking on their doors and hearing about what they viewed as an increase in crime in the area, and this seemed like something worth pursuing. But in light of the information the Mayor and you have provided about the new LPR that is going to be in place in that quadrant, and the progress that we're making to close at least the eastern net, first, I'm not going to request any further action. I'll just take the information. I'll figure out, who is the best person at the association to give it to, and see if they want to take some further action with it. But I'll also inform them what we're doing that will still cover them and add more protection for their neighborhood.
Perfect. And if you need any help from staff, just let us know.
Do we have to vote on this, or this is just, no? Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. And attorney reports?
This should be brief. You have my report in front of you as to the status of some of the cases. The two things that I need you to act on are requesting money. The Pizzi matter is getting real. My instructions to our council have been move forward, no continuances, get this done, get it over with. We filed motions for summary judgment. I'll explain at a later point what all that means. We feel strongly about the case, but we need to defend it. And these people are coming after us. I'm asking you for $75,000 for that case. Once again, this is not principally money for me. This is money for our defense counsel. The other case that has reared its ugly head is Mr. Abella. He's back. We've had several hearings. One of the hearings we had to have was because Mr. Ray is now in St. Petersburg Beach. The previous restriction order required that before Mr. Abella could come to Town Hall, he had to give us a 30-minute heads up, from what I recall. Now that Mr. Ray does not work here, obviously that restriction is not really necessary. Mr. Abella sought to have the injunction lifted as to Mr. Ray's home. Mr. Ray has a home in Miami Beach. The order reflects that he cannot go near Mr. Ray in Miami Beach, and I believe he can't. There's been back and forth on the order and numerous hearings. The fact is, he's going to continue on. He wants to be able to do things on the internet against Mr. Ray and just continue on this campaign that's gone on, I don't know, north of 15 years. So
I'm prepared to
Yeah.
move
Yeah.
$85,980 from the
That's the
contingency
number.
to the attorney's line item.
That's the number.
So I make a motion for $85,980 from the contingency to the attorney's line item.
Second.
980 of that is for the Valiente matter. Oh, of the 85,980, 980 is for Valiente matter, for the record. All right?
Okay.
That's
Do we
my
have to-
report.
All right.
Gina, did we vote? Yes?
Yeah,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, meeting is adjourned.